So good morning everyone. I always feel in my elements when I'm in Tamilnadu. And thanks for this great opportunity for talking about my findings and all. So unlike other times, my paper is not focused on industry and decoding methods, etc. because the seminar is all about archaeological perspectives and culture. So I'll try to give, I think, overall idea of how I feel about Indus culture and how it affects Indus script, and also how the culture of Indus civilization has kind of continued till today. Sometimes in the physical elements of our daily use, and sometimes in linguistic idioms. So, my talk is based on 3 of my papers. 2 are already published. One is on structural analysis of Indus script, one on the languages of Indus civilization typology, published in Nature Group Journal. These 2, and this one is semantic scopes of Indus script, that they focus on taxation, licensing, trade control, etc. That is going to be published, I think, within the next 7 days in the same journal of nature.com. And 2 other papers, one on the possibly the sign for gold and precious metal based on crucible globite symbolism. That is now going to be published, part of the seminar proceedings, and also different semantic scopes of different segments of these formulaic inscriptions. So this kind of gives the basis of the talk today, but the talk is also about how to, when we kind of try to understand a script that is not written by phonological encoding, which is written by symbols. So then we actually have to understand through various interdisciplinary methods how the people of Indus civilization kind of perceive their world, and also how they describe their world. That is I think, the basis of symbolism. So as you can see in ancient civilization, so when we look at something with a modern eye, we kind of have a different perception of the thing. For example, this particular, this particular symbol that is normally interpreted as a crucible developer, the immortal presence symbol, is possibly very much linked with metallurgy and similar. As I cannot go into all the details, but you can see that because goldsmiths were actually using crucible and blowpipe extensively in earlier metallurgy, and even after furnace technology evolved, goldsmiths needed crucible blowpipe for all the soldering, tinkering and all. Goldsmiths across the world are normally represented using this kind of a symbolism. You Google a goldsmith, you can see this kind of picture. And that also reflects in the linguistic symbolism across ancient scripts and languages, like in ancient Sumerian language, ancient Egypt, and even various languages of India. Mayaka means blowing, Narendhama, these are all goldsmith specific words. So this is how tradition and material culture kind of keeps on penetrating our language and other way of expression. So we very frequently we kind of describe Indus civilization in terms of its religiosity and language, but we, I think, many a times kind of ignore the huge amount of technical advancement and how those things also should have shaped our culture in various ways beyond the sphere of technology and all. So I'll not go to this, no time. So today I will say that the meteorological units of IVC, they actually till now exist in certain forms. So, and somehow they have affected the linguistic symbolism across languages in India in many ways, in Indian subcontinent actually. So as we told, Kula has written a book on this, like how meteorological units kind of survive for millennia, because once across a very large area you have established certain exchange mechanisms and all, it's very difficult without a huge impetus or political change or huge technical advancement. That doesn't change. So the weight system of Indus civilization, as we know, that was quite kind of standardized across Indus region, almost 1 million square kilometer, and then were also adopted in Ebla. As far as Ebla, it was known as Dilmun standard. So that was how much that penetrated at that era. So today what happens is, if you see the basis of that, so I think they have different type of weight system, but the weight system that actually persisted is the kind of troy weight that is used for measuring, weighing precious metals and commodities. So this is, how does it point? So this is Abrus Picatoria seed, which from time immemorial has been used in the Indian subcontinent as the unit of gold measurement. And the Indus weights, it's an archaeological fact that all the Indus standardized weights were based on these seeds, normalized weight. And then majority of the weights were actually less than 60 grams, which shows that they were mostly for precious metal weighing and all. And as Kenor, Miller and other archaeologists have established, the number of weights were so few and the distribution pattern with different type of settlement sites, along with how they immediately disappeared after Agriculture's decline. So the physical instances were used for taxation and all. But the basis of the weight, which is based on this particular seed, actually kept on being used. So this is known as Ratti across, or Gunja across North India and even Pakistan. And this is actually being possibly these weights because they were using for some as an ancient Bullion standard. This also then affected our Indian numismatic a lot. So all the Panchmark coins, many of them which are like minted under Magadhan influence, according to a statistician Kosambi, they accord very well with this 32 Raktika standard based on this seed, and the D-class stone weight of Mohenjo-daro, which are very well preserved. They have a very interesting statistical correlation with our Panchmark coins. So now this Bullion standard is actually now becoming possibly the standard of the Panchmark coins and numismatic, and across different time span, the names of these seeds, different names like Krishnala, Raktika, Kakini, Gunja, Kurrimani, Gundumani, Gulaganji, Kannada. So these are actually used in the names of various coins. Kaka coins, Krishnala coins are mentioned in Vedic texts, and Chinna coins of later in phonums. So Telugu this Gundu means wedge for goldsmith scale, that is also named after this Gundu money. So this is how it spanned across the Indian subcontinent. And I don't have time in Indus script. There's a huge amount of use directly of this seed, possibly as this Indus script sign, and also how it is used in various meteorological expressions. You can see that side. And I think there are other symbolic usages which I do not have time to discuss now. And with the alleged or my claimed gold sign here, there's a very interesting interconnection. Whenever the other commodities signs get replaced by gold sign, other meteorological signs get replaced by this Ratti or Kundri money based meteorological unit. So the interesting part is, you might all say that Bahata, we don't have an iota of trust in all these claims you are making. So this iota word, right, which is used in English, if we will try to replace with Indian language words across India in various languages, that word gets replaced by different synonyms of these Ratti seeds. So in Bengali we say, Amar tomar upore ek roti bishwas nei, that Shitanuka will understand. हिंदी में से मुझे तुम पे एक रत्ती भी विश्वास नहीं है. In Kannada, we possibly say ನನಗೆ ಗುಲಗಂಜಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ನನಗೆ ಗುಲಗಂಜಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. So why across? So there are so many different standards of Troy weights. You know, in like Gouda Sharshapa, white mustard seeds are used. Silver masha seeds or mung bean seeds are used for also for gold weighing. That is called the masha standard. And various seeds like liksha, egg of laus is the name of another very small weight. Rajashashapam was used. Yava, barley seed is used in various places for this seed-based weight system. But why across the whole subcontinent, even in Pakistan, I have given a talk, they also have related to this, why different names of this Ratti seed remain as the minimum unit of the weight, and that why that has speculated the linguistic symbolism. And that is a very interesting question, and that actually goes back to Indus civilization's Ratti-based unit, which was for ages used in non-numismatic history as well. And actually, if you see in Arthashastra, so even if it is, so it doesn't matter if it is a Sanskrit document or a Tamil document. I think like English today encodes a different type of knowledge. Sanskrit was encoding knowledge from different, preserving and recording, but the knowledge doesn't really have to belong to that particular speaking Sanskrit or Indo-Aryan speaking people really. So in Arthashastra, we also see the drona, that is a particular meteorological unit which means a wooden trough. That was the main revenue standard. Different type of revenue standard denominations were made out of it, and we get exact parallel from in ancient Egypt and ancient Mesopotamia. In ancient Mesopotamia, Shrutu is a similar standard, which meant a vessel, was a meteorological unit, and then was in various taxation-related terminology. So, because Arthashastra is much later, so because these particular terminologies, these are actually related to how ancient people did their automatic task and revenue calculation, how they standardized that, automated that. So those kind of things might have actually gone much back. So those things do not really change for a long time. Even today in Bangladesh, some newspapers use this don from drona as a measurement of land that is actually coming from Dronavapa. How much seed is needed to measure land? That kind of a land measurement coming from volumetric or grain measurement. So these things are very much interrelated, do not have time much, but if you look at the meteorological units and the representations, the possible ones in ancient Indus script, how the jar signs get different type of meteorological notations, numerical notations, how they're very intricately related to various numerical signs, and how, say for example, this load bearer symbol is possibly another meteorological sign, like the dan or pichul used in South Asia, which means how much weight a man can carry on his shoulder. And these things were actually the age-old things which have even come today. Some of them have, survived till today. Next, a very interesting thing is, if you see the structure of industry, it's very formulaic. So different segments actually have different type of sign classes populating them, and different segments arguably actually, so the paper is going to be published is based on this. Different segments actually have different semantic scopes. Say this is a core informational segment, this part it is coming. So that is the segment that can take the widest range of sign, and the inscriptions grow in that segment only. Even in a long inscription, only that segment mainly grows. Other segments will remain as is. So the structure says that they cannot at all, encode different names or parts of names. Okay. So interestingly, interestingly that in ancient Mesopotamia, Egypt, or other places, normally seals were used for, encoding names of different owners and places many a times. So people normally approach Indus script in that way as well, in a phonological way, and that they are encoding names, proper nouns. But in ancient India, we had a very different seal-based administration, which is also again encoded or recorded in various places of Arthashastra. For example, in Indus civilization, we have fortified walls, city gates, where people were flanked by possibly monitoring chambers, according to archaeologists, where weights were found and seals were found in Harappa. So, those places were possibly weighing commodities and taxing and then stamping those commodities so that they can come. That is why the commodities are being stamped with different seal marks, as we found in the lower house. Now, in Arthashastra, they say that you have to erect such, customs houses near fortified city gates, and the seals should have names of the commodities properly or commodity types, so that when they can check the commodity package, they can find whether the commodity type mentioned in the seal, that it has paid tax for gold, it is saying, so for silver it is saying, but internally they have put some gold below the silver, how to punish them. So the kind of the punishment is called namakrite. So that seals actually didn't always just encode names of owners. They are not only authenticating devices, but recording devices and tallying devices, a different kind of a seal-based administration system that we can find here. And seal-based administration system in Seleucia of Tigris also used in this type of commodity-based seals, like salt tax, labor tax, this kind of expressions are found there rather than individual names. And again, this is a Mount Neel gateway reconstruction of Harappa by Joglekar and all. So you can see the Arthashastra's way of, so these were not theoretical things, age-old things. Many other schools of economic treatises are now culminated in Arthashastra, as they say. So in these kind of places, they were saying there were places called Ghatikasthana, where the commodities and merchants who have deviated from the economic norms, they have to be detained there. So here in these gateways, we actually find this kind of a small cart can just go one by one that much wide, and then there will be a very big space, possibly for, according to archaeologists, for keeping the divine commodities and other merchants, for detaining them for some time. So we can have very interesting continuity of the administrative culture as well.
Can you just summarize?
This is 1 minute, that's the last line. So now again I had this paper about the voyage of the Indus elephant word Pilu and its toothbrush tree word Pilu again, because both of them are etymologically connected to the possibly the tooth words, and the tooth words possibly are connected to our Dravidian Pal, Palar, Pil based tooth and splitting, crushing kind of roots. So I do not have time to go over this, but this word is actually an ecology of words. Across India, different names of fruits, trees, and different words for are very much connected to either tooth or elephant, that can be proven. So this word is also, so our Pillayar or Ganesha. So normally we see think that the name is coming from noble child. But various linguists like Joglekar, Bakchi, etc. had also earlier presented that normally Ganesha's nomenclature is based on his physical characteristics. Most of it is like elephant related, the very unique theriomorphic god he is. So Pillayar is possibly related to this, and Kapishi in ancient Afghanistan, another Indus settlement of one time, it had a very interesting toponym called Pilusara, where an elephant-like mountain was being, worshipped as an elephant spirit or god. So that is very similar to this Pillayar name. And there are very interesting questions like this. Our Pillayar's origin is often obscure. So in Manusmriti, they say that he was a god of Shudras. Then slowly, again, across India, in elite, culture, Pillayar became very popular, and today he is one of the most popular gods. So why was he the chosen scribe when Saraswati and so many other already established gods related to learning and all were there? Why was it chosen in the ethno-historical accounts of Mahabharata as a chosen scribe of Mahabharata is a very interesting question. Did he actually represent a tribe who is...
Can you summarize?
Yeah, done.
What is the take-home message? What is the take-home message from your...
The take-home message from this part is that the name of Pillayar can be possibly related to the ancient Indus elephant name. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Any questions? If not, I can just ask a question. So if I really understand what you presented, you are trying to extrapolate the Indus culture or ways and so on to the later reports of and everything, right?
Yeah.
So you are trying to extrapolate these two together.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next paper is Bharati. Yeah. He has been there in Pondicherry as the principal of the college. And a known person in the circle. And Bharati will speak on ancient Tamil matrilineal system. He will speak on ancient Tamil matrilineal system.
Respected Chair, distinguished delegates, Dr. Shivanandam, Dr. Akhilesh, business scholars, students. This seminar is focused on cultural development, reflections on cultural development. Or in other sense, you can also take it as a cultural evolution also. Considering this cultural evolution or cultural development, both the antiquity and the continuity gain much importance. Coming to this Tamil scenario, the Tamil antiquity rests on different domains. Being an anthropology student, I wanted to take up the Tamil matrilineal system, particularly its antiquity. Reading over the earlier literature, I found that both archaeology and anthropology very much lacks both data and analysis. We know that in human evolution, matrilineal system is the ancient. We proudly say that Tamil society is one of the ancient societies in the world. If so, how could we reconstruct or address the ancient Tamil matrilineal in an authoritative manner? As I already told that both archaeological studies and anthropological studies very much lack on this aspect. Fortunately, the Tamil classical literature, especially Sangam literature, has enormous and elaborate and impressive data on the system, matrilineal system. Considering the time factor, I will reserve the things. We have four basic components in matrilineal system. One is matrilineal, that refers to descent through female line. The second thing is matrilocal. Married couple resides with wife's family, very much opposite to the present day patriarchal system. The third one is matriarchy. It denotes women's authority in her domestic front. The last one is matri-inheritance. It denotes the both succession and inheritance is through female line. Next. Before going into the four basic components, I would like to focus on this technology, which is an elaborate and extensive system attested in Sangam literature. I could not imagine. I have a lot of data collected for the past 10 years. I am not a student of Tamil literature. Basically, I am an anthropology student. So, over the decade, I have read several times in order to elucidate a lot of cultural data from the Sangam literature. Year after year, I gather so much data on this technology. Technology is nothing but, in matrilineal system, the father has no definite kinship term. Through his children only he is addressed. That is the nature of the matrilineal system. Only females have specific kinship terms. But the father and his relatives are addressed through the children only. That data is enormous in Sangam literature. Next. Next. Here I have collected only 13 phrases. Ahudai Tandai. Here Tandai means father. Ahudai is his daughter. So the father is addressed through her daughter, through his daughter only. Such a way I have collected 13 phrases from Sangam literature. Arivayar Tandai, Ilayol Tandai, Ayyai Tandai, Kurundodi Tandai, Kodithiyar Tandai, Sudarnudal Tandai, Sendan Tandai, Nallur Tandai, Nidumudi Tandai, Pudalvar Tandai, Madandayar Tandai, Mahinda Tandai. If the scholars from literature discipline, they could collect more phrases like this. So far I have collected only 13. This technology is a rare phenomenon in matrilineal society. Even contemporary matrilineal societies doesn't have these technological features. But Sangam literature depicts such an elaborate and very important feature called technology. Next. In matrilineal societies, the husband is also addressed through his wife's prominence. This is also very rare. And nowadays, we can go through a lot of monographs around the world, but we could not find this phenomenon called the prominence of it. Husband is addressed through his wife's prominence. So for that also we have a lot of references, data from Sangam literature. Next. Here I have collected 14 such phrases. Nedungudai Kanave. Only Tamil scholars could follow this because I could not translate or do in transcription form or in future I could do that. Now I go through the Tamil data only. Kodungudai Kanave. So husband is addressed with the prominence of his wife only. Earlier we had learned that father is addressed through his children. Now the second salient feature is he is addressed through his wife's prominence. So, Nedungudai, Kudungudai Kanava, Iyalmudai Tirundu, Idai Kanava. Then, Valnudal Kanava. It's a very interesting data. Nannudal Kanava, Androl Kanava, Nallol Kanavan, Senaru Narunudal, Seyidai Kanava, Kurayol Kanava, Seyidai Kanava, Vandar Kundal, Vantudi Kanava, Seyidai Kanava, then Maruyil Karpin, Vanudal Kanavan, Malarbol Madakan, Mangayar Kanavan. So, such a very beautiful phrases, these are things. Then, lastly, Kodiyol Kanavan. So, the husband is always referred through his wife's glorification. Such a matrilineal system was existed in Chera country. Nowadays, it is called as Kerala. The Paditrupati literature depicts all such phrases. Next. Now coming to the four important components. Matrilineal family. In matrilineal kinship system, both descent and inheritance are traced through female line, that you know. For that, we have a lot of references in Sangam literature. Next. Palayol Kuravi, Mudiyol Sirvan, Kotravi Chiruva, Sirmudu Pending, Kadalan Siran, Sirivar Taye Peri Pende, Walnari Kundal Mudiyol Sirvan, Mudiyol Sirvan, Mulari Maringin, Mudiyol Sirvan. So the young baby is addressed after his senior lady person, senior lady, women. Then last, young Mahal Urithim, Peral Mahal Urvanum. So, in matrilineal family, the mother gets all such prominence. The children are addressed with the mother's prominence. So, let us move on to the next one, matrilocal family. For this also, we have a lot of references in Sangam literature. I have taken only 3 data. First one is Thai Manai. That means the residence of the mother. So the whole poem depicts in a beautiful manner. Then the second data says Thayudai Nedunahar Tamar Varatha. Again the semantics continue. The last one is Yammanai Mundurandarumo Tanmanai Yermo Thayam Kuripi. So the matrilocal form of organization in matrilineal society is very much depicted in Sangam classics. Lot of references from Matrine, Ahananur, etc. Okay, next one. Then matriarchal family. For this also, I have collected 8 phrases from different Sangam classics. Muduvai Okkal, Muduvai Pendir, Perumudu Pendir, Solmudu Pendir, Mudusam Pendir, Sammudu Pendir, Peri Pendir, Yipuli Mahadu. All these phrases convey almost same meaning, but in a different way. The lexical forms are different, but the semantics remains the same. Next one. In Sangam classics, we have 5 eco zones. Among the 5 zones, this Kurunji is the first one. Is that the proverb, a community called hunters and gatherers, praying their god to get the female baby. So in matrilineal society, getting a female is very important. So the poem, Kundra Kuravan Kadavul Peni, Irandanan Petra Yellohe Kurumahal, Ayari Nedungan Kavide, Sayadal, Teyani Priyum Nade. So the Prover family worships their mother goddess to give them a beautiful female baby. Today it's not a phenomenon. So because we are in a patriarchal society, we always pray for male baby. But during the ancient matrilineal society, the couples prayed their god to get the female baby. Such a good poem is also available in Sangam literature. Next. Next, go to the next slide. Even today we worship a lot of mother goddesses, but in matrilineal society, especially in Sangam age, we have got lot of references on mother goddess worship. First one is Patravai. The second one is Kaanamar Selvi, Perungatu Kotri, Padayor, Tonangayan Selvi, Suli, like that. So, the ancient Tamil matrilineal is addressed in Sangam literature in different manifestations. We have a lot of data on matrilineal system, then matrilocal system, then matriarchal system, then matrilineal system. Apart from these four basic components, we have also to see the technonymy, that is, father is addressed through their children. Because in matrilineal society, father is always referred to as a secondary relative. Only female relatives in the native family have specific kinship terms, but the father and his relatives are always considered as secondary relatives. They don't have specific kinship terms. That particular phenomenon is very well attested in Sangam literature. The technonymy, then the glorification of woman. The husband is always referred to through his wife's prominence. In such a way, we have a lot of phenomena, especially 6 kinds of manifestations we could see in Sangam literature. This is only as a student of anthropology, I could learn from Sangam literature, but scholars dealt in literature domain could gather a lot of data, but even in future also, I will continuously elucidate further data. With these things, we could easily say that ancient Tamil matrilineal could be traced only through Sangam classics, but not with archaeological excavation or anthropology. Anthropology studies matrilineal system among the contemporary society, but it cannot trace the ancient system. So, for tracing the ancient matrilineal in human evolution, we need to study Sangam literature, or we need to excavate the Sangam literature. So, I must thank the organizers for giving this brief paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharati. We have just completed on time. We can have some discussion. Please stay on the days. Yes, Murata?
Yeah. So, in this matrilineal system, how means the dominance of women in the domestic front, was it also reflected in dominance in the administrative and other political decision making? Was it also there? Is it?
Yeah. You are right. In this administrative and other domains, the brother of the senior most women takes over. On other domains, the women will take off. In such a domain, as he referred to, the brother of the women, senior women, will take care of these things.
Not the woman herself.
Yeah. In Kerala, the system is still existing. And during 1920s and 30s, the British abolished it through law. In Karnataka, the system is termed as Aliya Santana system. Aliya means sister, Santana means property. So the property comes through women line. In Kerala, it is called as Marumakathayu. In Tamilnadu, the system is not very prominent, but in eastern Sri Lanka, it is very much alive. The system is still, we could see in a truest form. So in the entire subcontinent, we could see the matrilineal system in Batticaloa, eastern Sri Lanka, among the Tamil communities.
Any other questions? Right.
Okay, wonderful. But I have a question, like when you say one can study through the Sangam literature alone, not through archaeology, that I don't understand. Why did you say that?
Yeah, through archaeological excavation, we could not find matrilineal system, matrilocal system, matriarchal system. Only you can guess some form of mother goddess. Even in IUC, we could see the mother goddess symbols like that.
It may not be straightforward, but maybe if we can put proper effort and interpretive style, then we can understand.
No, I don't find through archaeological excavation, even anthropology also could not trace the ancient system. Synchronically we can go now, we can.
Probably what Murthy was trying to tell is that it depends on the artifacts that you could get from the burial. If something is very ceremonial and then you have more of ornament, then it might mean that the female burials are celebrated. Okay, now I have a few questions to you. It is good that you bring this. Now you have given only for the female side. What is the proportion in the Sangam literature on the patrilineage? Only when you have the comparative account you can really understand that better. So giving only on the female you don't really appreciate very much. And it is true, most of the ancient societies were all female centric. In India also, till the early Chola period, it was female-centric society. Naboru Karasimha and Subbarayalu and then, you are also a part of the team, right? So it is not something new. It depends on the cultural evolution. And when two questions that I would like to ask the socialists and others, when did the patriarchy came in? Of course, that we know that with the land holdings, few people say that it has come into vogue. Then another question is, when did the monogamy set in? I tried to really look at and I could not get exactly the answer for that. Yes, if you have.
So, for monogamy, I know for Bengal it's only setting in after the colonial period. In Bengal, before the colonial times, there are no rules for monogamy. We have Kulin Brahmins who could marry a village. So, and that was continuing in the 17th, 18th century as well. Only in the 19th century do we have concrete rules. At least I can speak very firmly for Eastern India about this. I do not know about the southern part.
But only on the male part. Women had to be always, for a long time, at least monogamous.
Yeah, because this also, when this HIV came into India, people thought that India is going to be wiped out. Because in sub-Saharan African countries, it is a heterosexual promiscuity which really provided for the transmission. Whereas in India, it is because of this monogamy, if I really believe, that saved the country so much. Because most of the concentration from the Indian Council of Medical Research was on drug users, drug traffickers, and then truck drivers who are promiscuous. So mostly the disease spread through the promiscuity. Okay? This is true for the sexually transmitted disease also, which is known from ancient days itself. Okay? So this kind of things will be very interesting. I wish that you continue this study. Thank you. We will go to the next one. Each paper has about 18 minutes. That's why he spent that. Okay? He just completed in 12 minutes. The next paper is by Pankaj Goyal. It is on the Beyond Bones, uncovering social significance in archaeological assemblages. It's a very important area. Pankaj, you have 12 minutes plus 3 minutes.
Very good morning to all of you. So as you can see, the title of my talk is Beyond Bones, Uncovering Social Significance in Archaeological Assemblages. And the region that I'll be talking about is the region of Gujarat. And this region is very important from a number of regions, but two most important regions is it is one of the most extensively investigated regions. A large number of sites have been explored and a number of these have also been excavated. So we have a good amount of data from this. Then another important region for this discussing or taking this particular part of India is the domestication of animals. So far we have the evidence of domestication from the site of Mehergarh, from archaeological point of view. But this is this northwestern part of India or this region of Gujarat is also considered as a potential region for at least two domestic species, buffalo and cattle. So archaeologically, so far we do not have any direct evidence, but whatever excavations have done, they indirectly points that these two animals might have been domesticated here. And if you look at the recent genetic data, all these genetic data points that these two species were domesticated in this particular part of India. So this is a region of Gujarat, and mostly I will be focusing on Harappan sites. So this region is full of Harappan sites. So we can divide it into four different zones, like this is the region of Kutch. So here we have sites like Dholavira, Surkoteda, Kanmer, Junikaran, Desalpur. Then this is the region of Saurashtra, where we have sites like Lothal, Rojdi, Pardri, Bagasara, Kuntasi. Then this is the northern part of Gujarat, where we have Anarpa, Palaeolithic, and later on which developed into Harappans. Then this is the southern part of Gujarat. So there are four distinct climatic zones. You will find different types of climate in these four different zones. It's a very interesting region. And if you look at the faunal data so far, so as I told you in the beginning, that a number of sites have been excavated, a number of analyses have been done. So these are some of the references which have been done. Okay. So if you look at the initial reports, then what you will mostly find, you will find the list of species. So in the beginning, what people were doing, they were excavating the material, and some analysts were analyzing there, and they were just producing a list of tables. Okay, these type of species are present in this particular site. They were no more interested. In fact, if you look at some of the sites which are not mentioned here, like the site of Pappu, it is a site in the region of Kutch. So what type of animals were there in that site? So we find two lines mentioned in Indian Archaeological Review, IAR. So what has been written? It has been written that the site also revealed the evidence of cattle, buffalo, sheep, goat, and a variety of deers. That's all. We don't know who analyzed the material, what was the proportion of cattle, what was the proportion of deer, what type of deers were there. That sort of information is not available to us. And we don't even know whether they really analyzed the data or they just simply wrote two lines. So that type of data is also available, and that is not reliable. So that's why I have not mentioned that type of data here. At least these were analyzed by proper analysts, so we know what was happening. At least we have a list. But if you look at the data that is coming from the last 30 years, then the things are changing. Now we are not just looking into the list of species. We are trying to know something more, something extra. But unfortunately, that I want to emphasize here, still there are some archaeologists who just want to have a list of animal species. So they will excavate the material, they will send it to us, and they'll say, okay, just tell us what type of animals were there. They are happy. They do not want to know anything more. Because they do not realize the value of this data, that how much information this type of data can give us. And then recently we also have these specialized studies like Dr. Abhiyan from the University of Kerala. He is specializing on fish studies. Then Dr. Akhilesh Mukherjee, she is working on molluscan shells. Then recently Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, he is doing these isotope and residue analysis. So those type of studies are also taking place now. So I have worked at least 5 to 6 sites in Gujarat, but these are the two main sites where I have analyzed a huge amount of data. More than 50,000 bones have been analyzed from these two sites. Both of these are located in the region of Kutch. So this is the site of Kanmer. It's a very small site, not a very big one. And this is the site of Kotadavalli. So these were the excavators. So the site was excavated by Dr. J.S. Karakwal, and the site of Kotadavalli was excavated by Dr. Prabhu Shrivalkar. So more than 30 different species were identified. So we have domestic mammals, we have wild mammals, we have different types of reptiles, birds, shells. Okay, and if we look, and mostly I'll be focusing on cattle because I cannot, in such a small time, it's not possible to go into each animal in detail. So my focus will be mainly on cattle. So if you look at this data, these are the 4 different cultural periods from the site of Kanmir, KMR1, KMR2A, 2B, and KMR3. So these 4 are the 4 different occupational Harappan phases. So KMR1 represents the early Harappan phase, KMR2A and 2B represent the mature Harappan phase, and KMR3 is the late mature Harappan phase. So if you look at a similar sort of picture, of course there is slight variation, and that generally happens. So mostly they were relying on cattle and buffalo and sheep and goat. And if you look at the data that is coming from the site of Kotedawalli, a similar sort of picture, most of the reliance is on cattle and buffalo and sheep and goat. Then if you look at the skeletal elements of these animals, then we find that almost all the skeletal elements are represented in the Sandesh. So we have all the bones. So it seems that these animals were raised locally. Yes, sir?
You have been showing the pictures of these animals, right?
Yes.
These are all based on the bones deconcept.
Yes.
Based on your bones actually.
These photos.
No. How do you know these animals?
I have identified those animals in the Sandesh.
Through bones.
Yes. After the study, I have been able to identify more than 30 species. 30 different, yes.
Through bones.
Yes, yes. Those are the results of faunal study. Then if you look at the age pattern, the mortality pattern. So for example, if you look at the data that is coming from the site of Kanmir. So from the late Harappan phase, we have this type of data. So if you see that the major group of cattle belongs to 1.5 to 3.5 years of age. But when we go to the mature Harappan phase, these two, then you see that now various age groups are represented. There are lots of adult animals, there are lots of young animals, even male, female, both are represented. So something changed between the late Harappan and the, and in early Harappan again, a similar type of picture that we have from the late Harappan. So in mature Harappan phase, it seems that people were not just using cattle for meat, they were utilizing this animal for a number of other regions. That's why they were keeping a large group of adult animals, they were even keeping female animals, young animals. So it shows that these animals were exploited for their secondary products also. So we have, in addition to that age pattern data, we also have these paleopathological marks on the bones. So if you are using animals for agricultural operations, or if you are using them for pulling carts, then some sort of stress marks develops on the bones. So we have evidence of these paleopathological stress marks on the bones. Then evidence of bearing again, the presence of female, presence of lots of young animals, and recently we also have these biomolecular data. A similar sort of picture from the site of Kotedawalli. And these are the recent papers which actually proves that the dairy milk or the cattle milk was used at the site of Kotedawalli. So both from the archaeological point of view and from this bioarchaeological point of view, we have this data. Then we can also look whether a single population of cattle was present at the site or there were different populations. Population means different types of breeds, whether there were different breeds of cattle which were present. So for that we generally rely on measurements. So we also take metrical data, and by using this we can try to estimate what was the sizes of those animals. So there is a method called log transformation method. So it was developed by Richard Meadow. So I used this method, and when I plotted by using that method, then again you can see that in all the periods there were different ranges of sizes. So it seems that there was more than one population of cattle. Similarly, then we also did a new method. So we compared, because most of my data was from the region of Gujarat. So what I did, I took two standard modern cattle from the region of Gujarat. Then I compared my archaeological data with this. So again, when we do that, then again here you see that there are different clusters. So some cattle are really big, some cattle are fall in this range, and some cattle are very small. And we can also place other measurements here. So here you can see that here the cattle of Padri, at the site of Padri, they were quite tall. The cattle at the site of even Harappa, they were also quite tall. But most of the cattle were falling in this range. And there were some very tiny type of cattle. So at least 3 populations are visible in these sites. Then we can also estimate cattle height by using some formulas which have been proposed by different scholars. So when we do that, then we have again different size ranges. So all of this shows that cattle was not just used for meat. It was utilized in a number of ways. In fact, I would like to say, recently I have started using this term, that uncelebrated architects. So cattle were in fact the uncelebrated architects. So most of the Harappan cities, you will find that they are massively fortified sites. So who were constructing? Of course, humans were constructing those sites, but who was bringing those construction material? Who was bringing in the stones, bricks, mortar? So some sort of mechanism must have been developed. And from most of the sites, we have these toy cart frames, cattle food grinds, and then we have these bull feed grinds. So all of this shows that cattle were playing a very important part. In fact, a number of sites were involved in the production of some sort of trade items. So again, raw material was brought to the site, finished items were brought from the site. So all of this must have involved the use of cattle. Now, this might have been done by using horse also. But horse again is a very controversial issue. So some people believe that there was horse, some people believe that the horse was not present during the Harappan time. And even if it was present, it was not a popular animal. Its population was very small. So this was the main animal, cattle. So it was utilized for a variety of regions. And most important thing is that not only it was helping in the transportation of goods, it was also transporting people from one place to another. Now Harappan is widely distributed. Now we have Harappan sites in the region of Haryana, Gujarat, Punjab, Pakistan. So people must be moving from one place to another. So how are people going? By using these cattle carts. So ideas were going, technology was going. So that's why I would like to call cattle as uncelebrated architects, so which played a very important part in the development of Harappan cities and finally the Harappan civilization. So this is the same thing, but I'm talking about a same representation also. And then, now some people must have been controlling these type of things, like transportation. Not everybody was involved in this carting thing. So some specialized groups might have emerged whose main profession was to take people from one place to another. For example, right now if I want, from Pune, if I want to go to Mumbai, I'll hire a cab. So those are cab professionals who will take me. Same way, these were the cabs of the past. So people were going from one place to another by using these cabs. So there must have been some professional groups who might have been controlling this.
2 more minutes.
Yes, sir. And then dairy specialist, milk production was going on. So milk was produced at the household level. Of course, some people might have been keeping cattle at their houses. They might have been using milk at a household level. There might have been some specialized group. Like right now we have these Amul dairy. So they collect milk and then they supply it to different places. A similar sort of thing might have been happening. Of course, it is not possible to directly prove this by using archaeological evidence, but this might have happened. Another example I would like to give is that dogs. Now dogs are present in almost every Harappan site. And from a number of Harappan sites, we have these dog figurines also. And if you look at these figurines, then you'll find that there were different types of breeds that were present. So some breeds, if you compare, they look like foreign breeds, if you look at those figurines. So some people were keeping those type of dogs. So if you are keeping some special breed of dog with you, and if you are taking it for a walk in the evening, then suddenly your status in the society rises. So similar sort of phenomena might have been happening. So some people might have been keeping these dogs, cats, just to increase their status in the society. Then again, if you compare, then both of these sites are similar. And all of this we can see at this site. And another important thing that I like to throw light on, if we look at the site of Dholavira. Now in Dholavira, we have this citadel area, middle town, lower town. So if you look at the faunal data that is coming from these three different regions, you'll find that people who were living in the citadel area, they were having access to different type of meat. People who were living in the middle town, they were having access to different type of meat. And lower town people were consuming different type of meat. So some sort of hierarchy was there. Similarly, at the site of Bagasara, it's a fortified town, but people were living outside the town also. So people who were living outside the town, they were consuming different type of meat. People who were living inside the town, inside the fort, they were consuming different type of meat. So that type of data is also available to us from a number of sites. So what I am trying to say is that these archaeological data can throw much more light. So what was the role and how these animals were playing a very important role in creating a society can be known by studying these faunal elements. So lots different types of animals were exploited. So if you look and if you place them according to the environment in which they are present, then again you can also reconstruct paleo-environmental conditions. So you'll find that different types of environmental conditions were exploited by these structures. So at the end, again, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here, and these are the other people I would like to thank. Thank you.
Any questions, please? Please.
Thank you for nice lecture. It was really nice. I want to know you found different kind of the bones of cattle. Did you find camel bone?
Camel bone?
And if not, then why?
So far, whatever analysis I have done, I have not seen any camel bone. And camel bone, if you see, they have been reported from a very few sites, and that also is there's a controversy regarding the contextual details. For example, at the site of Mohenjo-daro, we have a complete camel skeleton. So earlier on, it was thought that it came from the natural Harappan level, but later on, when they dated it, they found that it is not the Harappan level, it is the early historic period. So those type of controversies are associated. So contextual details are not well established in case of both camel and horse.
Yes, please.
I don't know if you can do it, but I would want to know, because you spoke about paleopathology and different markers that you get on the bones, is it possible to actually show different activities creating different kinds of pressure on the bones, and can you pick up those markers?
Yeah, that can be done. I have not done so far, but people have done it in other parts of the world, and I have been planning to do it for the site of Kotera Valli. So I'm planning to examine the material again by using a definite methodology so that to record them in a systematic manner.
And one more question regarding the bone tools, because you also showed secondary exploitation. So I wanted to know if they were using specific maybe cattle bone types to creating these bone tools. Did you find any evidence of that?
That's very difficult to say, but most of these tools must have been created by cattle bone. Was very difficult. Once they are done, it's very difficult to even identify the skeletal anyway.
Carnivore animals? Any large carnivores?
Carnivores we have like small carnivores. We have this civet head, then fox we have, then wolf, jackal.
No large carnivores.
Large carnivores we have, at least from the site of Tamil, I have even the evidence of cheetah. I have one bone which I have identified as cheetah. So we have that kind of.
Thank you, lovely paper.
Thank you.
So I think one problem is textile is not normally found from archaeological data, but sheep. So because of the cruel winter in Pakistan and all, I think cotton wouldn't have been on the sufficient protection, right? So sheep wool. So do we know that proportion of the amount of bones that we can have from those animals, if they were being fleeced and all, to clothe all those people? Any kind of that kind of correlation?
Yeah, mostly I focused my presentation on cattle, but there are evidences that sheep wool was utilized by Harappan. At the site of Dholavira, the material was realized by Ajita Patel, Dr. Ajita Patel. So she has proposed that wool was extracted from sheep at that particular site.
But any like huge amount of collection for a place like
No, that we cannot. We can just estimate whether it was used or not.
okay.
Finding the amount is very difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you. But I have last one question. You have these artifacts of the bones stored somewhere in the museum?
Yes, sir. These are with the excavators.
Excavation.
Yes.
So with the ASI it will be available.
Yes.
So in case I was wondering if in case you have the clear material from these animals, it would be possible to do the DNA also.
Yes, yes.
Because that will tell you the migrationary routes or where from these people came. So that is another approach.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Professor Kumar from Madurai University. He has established ancient DNA laboratory here in Madurai and working on human remains. So anybody who wants to really think of any DNA work, you can think of collaborating with him because we cannot establish this everywhere. It's one of the 3 facilities in India. Okay? Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
So good morning everyone. I would like to thank Department of Archaeology for giving this opportunity. So thank you, Principal Sir. So today I am going to talk about so whatever the initiatives we have made from this ancient DNA program. So it's a very big team, and we have our students Anisha and Dirghadasha from our laboratory. And also the team, Professor Rajan and Sivanandam sir, and then a lot of archaeological officers, and they all we got all the skeletal remains from them. And actually this program was started as an ancient DNA project, and with the motivation from Professor Bishop, and we wanted to understand study the DNA, but subsequently we realized based on various work, we thought we can also work on animals, plant remains, and fatty acid, organic molecules, and so on. So very well, in various excavations there will be a lot of offering pots. So the curiosity is what was used, because in all the places nothing was there except in some places in Sivakalai, in Kodumandal and Adichanallur, rice remains were there, paddy was identified, but otherwise nothing was there. It was filled with sand or it was empty. So one of the methodologies gas chromatography mass spec. So initially we got the sedimental, because in the bottommost we collected the scratch soil, and then wanted to see that what kind of molecules are there. But then subsequently, based on some other papers, what we have done was we drilled the offering parts, because what people used to say is whenever it was used for cooking or during the initial usages, some of the molecules enter inside the small pores in the offering parts, and then subsequently they will remain there, because bacteria probably cannot enter there because of the pore size, and it remains for years. So there are a lot of papers in that aspect. So we drilled these offering pots, and in one of the offering pot from Sivakalai, we could identify cholesterol. Earlier reports say that if you are using cholesterol is observed in this kind of offering pots, it's an indication of usage of meat, or if it's used for storing meat, something like that. And in some other offering pots, we could identify the molecules from milk. The orotic acid has been identified as a molecule which is often there in the milk, and we could identify for example, in this case, in single offering pot, in the base, in the side ring, from the same pot, we could identify these molecules. So this all indicates that milk might have been used in this offering pot. And as paddy was observed in many places, we took some 3 paddy samples from Adichanallur and Sivakalai and identified all the organic molecules present in that. We could identify, by comparing with the literature, there are about 25 molecules which are present in rice. they have been observed in these molecules. Then we screened the other offering pots because in these offering pots basically no rice was observed, but just by doing the mass spec analysis we could identify up to some some 10-15 molecules are there. From this it is possible to infer that in these offering pots probably rice might have been used or stored or offered. And we'll skip. And similarly, while analyzing these kind of molecules, we could identify the molecules. This is just probably some 20 molecules of foxtail millet, in Tamil we call thinai. We could identify in some of the offering parts. And actually, the DNA work was done mainly for the human DNA. We have so far generated about billions of DNA reads have been sequenced from the human samples. But in one of the skeletal remains, because it is possible that in the skeletal remains, obviously some soil might be associated, some sediments may be associated. We always look for what kind of other species are there. We could identify some 600 reeds from this is one of the samples from Kodumanal. We could identify 600 reeds of foxtail millet. So most of them are in the range of 50 base pair. And normally ancient DNA used to have a small damage in the 5' end because of some chemical modification. We could observe that. So this is because foxtail millet is known, it has been retrieved a lot in tons in Harappan sites. But we could identify that in some of the sites in Central Asia also. But first time we could generate some data, DNA data from the foxtail millet. And then in this kind of works, as discussed in the previous paper, we want to understand more than that. In foxtail millet, there are two species, Setaria italica and Setaria viridis. This is a wild variety, and this is subsequently cultivated in many places. There are literature evidences. And we could identify that whatever we have retrieved is somewhat close to Setaria italica because it has more homology. Most of the DNA reads have 100% and then except few reads. And from this we could, but the reads, for example, we need to have billions of reads to construct the whole genome. But nevertheless, it is not necessary. With these 600 reads, we could infer that this is the species Setaria italica. And similarly, we also have we could collect some bones from Ramesh Kiledi, and we have sequenced initially. We could sequence 80 million reads, but at the end, about some 3,000 reads are representing Bos taurus species, and it also has some homology with other things, but the maximal hit is Bos taurus. Whenever we use, here also we have some damages, but the point is in future we want this was done from some bone fragment, some joint or something, but as it was mentioned by Professor Pitcher, it has to be done from the root of the teeth or from the cochlea bone. So maybe subsequently now we are working on getting those kind of samples and then do. And here already there are some reference databases of modern cattle like Congaium breed, Gir breed, and so on. And while analyzing that, we could see that this has much similarity with Congaium, more number of reads aligned with Congaium breed. So these are the aspects in which it is possible to work. And then in another bone species, we could identify it is antelope. And it is notable that near Sivagalai there is, but this is from Piledi, but near Sivagalai there is an antelope conservation place is there. But in all these cases, it is very less number of reads. We have used one Alainer, it is around some 300 reads. So now only concern is whether it is somewhere close to the background. But we have checked with some other human samples, it is not there. But we are working to get more number of reads and so it will be more authentic. And from these bones, we also isolated the proteins and then we have sequenced. And they are also mostly they are being some keratin type of proteins, and they are also showing homology with the same species. So both by DNA and RNA, DNA and protein, we should confirm the species. So actually, the archaeology department is also collaborating with Deccan College, and they are analyzing the samples. But we have no idea. We just got a sample and then we are doing it independently, and we could trace back to the species. And coming to the human, so far we have collected this many samples, mostly from Kundagai, next Alchinallur, and then Sivagalai, and a few samples from Kodumanal. And but many of the samples are very fragile, and then they are not good, not sufficient, not potential for doing for the ancient DNA work. But at present in our repository we have this many number of samples we are working on. Kundagai 16 samples, and then Alchinallur 4 samples. Recently it is Dr. Kumar gave some more samples also. And initially what we had done was we have collaborated with Dr. Niraj and then Dr. Manusa, and we have used their facility and then to sequence all the samples, sequence some 20 set of samples. But at the end of the sequencing, what we could realize was most of the DNA reads was in the range of few hundreds or few thousands. And in some samples it was very high, but later we realized that there was a concern that some of the samples were from the pit burials and which were of recent nature. And from the work what we have done is so far whenever you generate, you work from the samples from one, the number of DNA reads mostly Kundagayan and Adichanallur and Kodumanalu burials is in few thousands. But whereas we need millions of reads to construct the human genome or at least to get the markers. But whenever you do from surface burial, you have more DNA. And when you do, and another concern was initially before having the ancient DNA lab out of curiosity, we started doing the work in the modern lab. But whenever you do in the modern lab, you will get for in this case we have 300 million reads, but it's a contamination. And another point is also the ancient DNA normally it has to be very small actually. It's in the range of 50 base pairs. So whenever we do this from Kodumanal, Adichanallur and mostly from unburials, and also in some surface burials in that range. But when we use in the modern lab, it is a very clear indication. It is big size. It is a contamination. These are the lessons we learned. And but DNA damage we used to get whenever we do it from all the ancient samples from Kondagai and Adichanallur, we used to see end damage. But it is also there in the pit burial samples which are some 200 years old. That's also so. End damage is indicative of ancient samples, but it does not give the real time. That's what we learned. And as I said, data from modern lab should not be used. And right now, what we are doing is we have collaboration with Dr. David Reich, Harvard, and we are just following their protocols. And they have suggested some other library because most of the ancient DNA may not be in the very degraded status. It may be in the single standard status. So we are using different library. Recently, from 30 samples, we have constructed the library in the last 1 or 2 months, and the insert size is the range of 40 to 50. So it clearly indicates that it's most likely ancient, and we are maybe in 1 or 2 months we'll be able to sequence data and we'll be able to analyze. And so whatever the lessons we have learned, we should work in the ancient DNA lab, and we have to work with some single standard DNA construction wherein picograms of DNA may work. And also we are working to enrich the human DNA because now I'm saying the words millions and so on, but at the end when it comes to human, it is in it's only 1% being human, and the rest of the DNA is being bacteria, and we are also using some reagents to pull down the human. This facility is in the next building, and it's a class 1000 facility. Air pressure, number of particles, air flow direction, everything is controlled to avoid the modern DNA contamination. And also because your samples are very precious, and now we have learned that you can make a small drill. I think Dr. Kendra from Harvard, she came and then she showed the way how a skull can be kept intact, but just with a small drill we can collect the bones from cochlea. So we are following that. And based on the results whatever we got from Kondagai, we have compared the allele frequency with some available population. This is a sample from Kondagai burial, and it shows allele frequency somewhere closer to the South Asian population and also to some extent with the African population. In one sample, in another sample, it's showing close allele frequency with as it is in South Asian samples. Because only these kind of data were available, but we are comparing with other samples as well. And ultimately, once you construct the genome of ancient DNA, we have to compare with various populations, both modern populations. Because as of now, for 10,000 ancient samples, the DNA sequence is available in the open source, and we can compare with that. And we can also compare with the modern population. We have done that with some of the samples from Kondagai. So by putting all the things together, it shows somewhere close to African group modern population, and also somewhere in between South Asians and African. And when you remove African population, it is showing linkage with South Asian population. And anyway, for example, there is a paper from Karpan, everybody knows. And when we do that, we are getting around 29,000 markers. When we link with the modern genome of 1,000 human genomes, we are getting 29,000 markers. And with that, they have reconstructed and they understood the pattern, everything, linkages. But whenever we do with our sample, as of now, we are getting some 200 reads. So that's what, as I said, we are working with the different methodologies and human DNA enrichment, and we are working on those samples. So hopefully soon we'll be able to get enough number of markers. And while doing so, we also have identified n number of bacteria from these samples, and we are also analyzing them we have some of the bacteria being modern and some of the bacteria being like ancient. They are having the damages, and we are also working on that. So I summarize. Anyway, these are the things we have started, and we have a good facility now. And with some of you definitely have very good, very precious samples. Yesterday I talked to Dr. Shanti Pappu, and she has 1.2 million years old, stone materials, and we can try organic materials and everything. It's a new learning for us, but it's a wonderful area, and I'm happy to work with all of you. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I will be glad to take it.
Thank you, Murugesan. Any question? Yes, Shanti.
Sediment DNA you have done very successfully. Sediment DNA, extraction of DNA. From sediments you have also extracted.
Actually, we have not focused for sediment. We were drilling some bone. We got the DNA.
But
Then
would we do that also from sediments?
yeah, if you have a concrete sediment, then we can definitely do it.
Even the bones beneath the sediment, in the burials, they have isolated DNA from there also, from the oozings and stuff.
So the
Yes, sir.
the DNA that you have extracted from those animal bones.
Yeah.
So did you use any specific bone or
Like some strong bone we collected from the archaeological offices, but so it's not specific. So right now I have asked them for teeth with a strong root actually, and also some fetrous bone right now, because as I said, the number of reads are very less. But even this is being little bit sufficient to get some basic data. But if it is a teeth or something, then we can definitely get the whole. Because once you construct the whole genome of one ancient, maybe from your samples or some other samples, that will be good thing. And if you do from multiple places, then you can really understand. So human migration is one in one side. This kind of animal migrations also we can try to get it.
I have one question. Yes. Can we extract the DNA, ancient DNA from the seeds?
Yes, no, we can try actually. Actually, right now we are doing with rice. We have 10 samples of rice. We are trying it, and yeah. Yeah, that's also I forgot to mention. From 10 samples from Silvagai and additional Silvagai, we are trying to construct the genome of rice.
Yeah, it is just, science no more is inside your laboratory alone. It has become more of collaborations inside the country, inside the department, and then outside the country, outside the department also. So you are all welcome to use the facilities. Okay, the last paper is from me. I am just going to present that. Yes, I will try to finish as early as possible so that we gain some time. 30 minutes for me too. Now, what is the birthplace of Dravidian? This is the pressing question. And in the first place, what is Dravidian? Okay. So, you have been hearing me for the past couple of years in these forums. It is in the first place, it is a language family, linguistic. Then the second one is, it is a cultural evolution. And the third one is, it is a subdivided gene pool, because it's not possible to identify the original speakers of the Dravidian tongue in the first place, or the culture. That's more difficult. But still, we can just try to work on, because this Harappan, whether it is Dravidian, and what is its relationship. But one thing what is known is that Dravidian is a very ancient civilization. Now, I continue with the last year's lecture. In the last slide I will show you that. And then take you from here. How does the male chromosome DNA studies correlate with the language, that is the Dravidian language and its subfamilies, they call it South Dravidian, Central Dravidian, and so on. So Dravidian in the first place is a linguistic family. In 1816, Francis Ellis, a British civil servant, was the first to describe the relationship between the four literary Dravidian languages of Tulu, Kodagu, Malto, Tamil, and so on. Then in 1844, Christian Lassen de Broglie, he included to the list. 1856, Robert Caldwell gave the comparative grammar of Dravidian languages, and here he added Kota, Todago, and so on. Now, in 2018, there was a paper from Vishnu Priya Kolipakam. She was from Pondicherry, but working there at Dehradun, I think, in Zoological Survey of India or so. And she did some work with some linguists abroad, and it was a Bayesian phylogenetic analysis of cognate-coded lexical data that she herself recorded in India by herself and then analyzed all those data. And again, that gives almost the same picture. Okay, it's not working. So you see the color there, the different languages here. That is the Dravidian, you know. And her conclusion was these classifications all had occurred 4,500 years ago. Then this is actually from her paper, different the picture of the various Dravidian families and a diagram showing their link. So the Central Dravidian, North Dravidian, South Dravidian, and South Dravidian too. If you just look at here, I want you to concentrate because I'm going to tell more about that subsequently. That is, see that Tamil, Malayalam, Kannada, one group, and then these are the tribal groups. This is Tulu is in between. Then Telugu and Koya come separate and called as South Dravidian too, and North Dravidian, and then Gondi comes in our study along with the Central Dravidian. How does it fit with the Y chromosome data was the question that I was asking. Then I stumbled on a paper on Atkinson's 2013, and he, using the root words, he really deciphered that Proto-Dravidian was the most ancient, and it's about 13,500 years ago itself it originated at standalone. And he proposed it somewhere in BMAC culture area or something, it originated, they started speaking. But that was a conjecture, there was no evidence for that anyway. Now, how does these people fit with peopling of India? So if you take a sequence of events, that I used to tell, Virumandi, 120 or 180,000 years ago, modern man was born in Africa. Then he grew, he dispersed. It is something like a small sapling you just put in, and after about 180,000 years ago, it is such a huge tree. Okay, that is the mankind, okay? And so diverse all over the world, in different places, different patterns and people. So this evolution and growth of NRY tree, if you just consider, see these are the various branches, and here the A, B, C, these Y chromosomes are there within Africa, most of them, and one marker, a mutation, CM130, with that really signifies the first man who came out of Africa, and we identified that marker nearby 20 kilometers away in a man called Virumandi. Okay? That was in 2002 Journey of Man paper, we described that. Then was F, that is another descendant or parallel of that, and what we think now it originated in Western Ghats, and it gave rise to H and L, and then these three were autochthonous to India, or to Deccan, I would say. And this is actually J is a Neolithic marker from Middle East, O is from Eastern world, Austroasiatic and Tibeto-Burmese speakers, and R1 is from Central Asia, and those people, Indo-European language speakers, they came into India further. Now, so in this genographic project, which costed about $1 million, which I undertook after my retirement in 2006, 12,400 samples from India we ourselves collected in the field, about 220 populations, and we studied the Y chromosome using the DNA technology, everything here, sequencing, everything here, SNP and all in Madurai itself. And I just now present you the data on the NRY in different Dravidian families and the tribal groups that we studied. Now, if we just look at that, first I divided the whole of the 12,000 and odd sample into Dravidian speakers, Indo-European speakers, Austroasiatic speakers, Sino-Tibetan speakers, Tibeto-Burmese speakers, okay? These are all the frequencies. It is simple. And these are all the different haplogroups, Y chromosome haplogroups, as we mentioned, A, B, C, right? D, E, F, G, H, and so on. So forget about it. Now, you just look for that, and the same frequency has been shown as a histogram also in this. You look at that, and this F star, H1A star, and then also L1A. These three are the highest in Dravidian speakers. Dravidian language speakers possess higher proportion of these three when compared to the others. The Dravidian homeland, and probably whether the origin of these clades are from TAMILNADU is the next question that we pose, okay? And it's not a smaller sample size. Look at that, 1,614 samples we had in the H1A. Then that was divided into this. Okay? Now, this is again the scintillation clade, which using computational methods, we subdivided and then into so many varieties. And here if you just look at that, the Indo-European speakers have more of these. Still Dravidian speakers do have it, but very little of this. Okay. Now, in terms of the same data I extrapolated for your convenience, out of the 486 samples that we studied, 459 of F star M89 belong to Dravidian speakers. Okay? Then, same way, H1A M82, about 58%. And this is one, then this is the root of this H1A 69, 64.9%. Okay? Then the L1A, which Underhill called as a Dravidian marker, was in 79% of them were in the Dravidian speakers of the total sample. Okay? So that means this would not happen just like that, random. There is something behind it. Now, we also confirmed in our study in the earlier, we have published in the genographic study, using the whole genome. It is not by sequencing, but it is by using arrays, using SNP markers, okay? And these are all neutral alleles. And this is the dendrogram, which shows, which actually, okay, I will just read that for you to know. Clustering based on admixture proportions revealed 7 distinct clusters correlated with geographical and linguistic affiliations. Convex hull overlay of chromosomal haplogroups on the genome-wide SNP principal component has brought out distinct non-overlapping polygons also, especially of M8F and F, H and L, which I explained earlier. So come here. Look at that. This is Adi, Apatani, and so on. Tibeto-Burmese speakers. This is Taru and other Brokpa, Rajput, some of the populations, Meiti. This is Bondo, Gond, Orissa populations. And this is Rajput, Gujaratis, the 5. This is all the Brahmin populations of India, wherever they live, they all share the genome. And the very wide one is a Dravidian, 6 clade, containing many of the Dravidians. And you see this Yalava, Pappu, Paramalaikandar, Nadar, Cape, and so on. And coming to the hill tribes, Palayar, Palayar, and so on, it just separates another cluster. This is what, in the linguistics, this is the South Dravidian 1 speaker. This is probably South Dravidian 2 speaker. So when you take the Dravidian tribes alone now, these are all individual populations. This is the South Dravidian, this is the South Dravidian 2, this is the South Central Dravidian, Central Dravidian and North Dravidian. This is H1D frequency, this is F89 frequency. See, F89 is there only in South Dravidian 1, which are mostly the hill tribes, Western Ghat hill tribes. Okay? This is the other rest of the populations. That is H1 is present in both of them. Whereas the L1 is present, of course it is present in some of the population up to about 15%, but not in all the population. So, you know that linguists normally use only the tribal populations so far in their analysis. Most of the caste populations they have not used all the time. Okay? So here, that is the reason I divided. Yeah, another 2 more minutes I will take. So this is the R1A area, and again, very little you see that. So this is the summary of that. South Dravidian, these are the populations, and this is predominant clade. South Dravidian 2, 1B, Kurumba, Mula Kurumba and all, they have medium, and then the H82 is high. 2 is Konda Kamara, this is the Koya and so on. The appreciable frequency. This O2A M95 is the Austroasiatic. So these population, many of them, they live in the Orissa environment, so the problem of OTA one. South Central Dravidian, Gonds of Orissa, MP and Maharashtra, they have again. So there is a very specific difference in the types. Then coming to all the other caste groups, again the same way, South Dravidian and all I have divided. It's a congested, but overall picture, it is just sufficient for you to look at. See, this is the H1. Okay? This is the picture of H1. You see, it is present in higher proportion in most of them, whereas the L1 is also present. So in other words, the Dravidian marker, what Underhill called as the Dravidian marker, is more common with the caste groups rather than the tribals. Okay? So now this is actually the Tamil speaking people. You just L1A in the caste groups. It's very common. So it's predominant in Tamilnadu caste groups. Okay, Dravidian speaking caste groups. Now this is the PCA analysis of the same data using all the haplogroups that we have tested. Look at that, this is the FM89 direction, South Dravidian 1 tribe, Kurumba, Gata Kurumba, Palayar, Palayar, Paniyar, Khadar, and so on. And Central Dravidian, Gond, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu Kurumba, Gond, MP, Karnataka Kurumba, Andhra Pradesh, Mala, Madiga, and so on. This is the last one which I was just mentioning you, the caste of Tamil Nadu and Andhra, Karnataka, that's the Deccan. So very clearly the language classification, what the linguists have done, correlate with the genome, especially male chromosome. We also did the age estimates to look at this point. look at that, this is using the variance. The age of this L1A is shows a very high age of 16,000 years ago they originated. These are the sample size. These are all variance is very high because of very few samples again. So in other words, the origin of this should be really the Deccan or the Tamilnadu. That's the point. The same way, the H1, that is the other one, which again, as a marker of the central Dravidian, we call about the root of that 4 different alleles we calculated. Here it is about 45,000 years, but whereas coming over here it is again 15,000 years. So the origin of this Dravidian language probably is southern India, and that to Tamil Nadu or Western Ghats. That is a conclusion. Now, to summarize, I can just show you. Now, if you just believe that the people first came and rest there in Western Ghats, expanded there, it was not very successful expansion. Then the F is born there, which is very high in the Nilgiri tribals. And then it gives rise to L1A, which is present as a gradient from Cape Comorin towards the up to Vindhyas. Only in Tamil Nadu it is in high proportions. Here also in some of the populations in Andhra and Karnataka it is present in high proportions. Then also the H1 still we need to work further. What is the birthplace of H1? Whether it is still again in Western Ghat, or Karnataka region, or in the central Madhya Pradesh region, we have to see that. But as it stands, the data that we have analyzed so far, it shows it is from Western Ghats. Then the last one was from Tajikistan, Swat Valley and so on, the Central Asian population which came over and occupied the Indo-Gangetic Dome. Now in this context, we need to really look at the Harappan and all others, even the Dravidian question also we need to. So, demic expansion originally, as McAlpin and then Cambridge scholars suggested, it was a demic expansion from Petrel Crescent towards the Harappan and towards south. But it looks like it is a demic expansion from south, because if you believe that they originated in here, then they have gone to the whole of India. So what Bhaktavachana Bharati mentioned about the female-centric society was also probably true. And this is the Lord Muruga, that is the short Pirak, you see that. And that is probably the reason that many of the Sangam, Tamil Kadamul Murugan followers, the caste populations, they have this L1. We need to further tease it out. So, it is only just the tip of the iceberg. Dravidian originated in Tamil Nadu and Western Ghats, I would like to believe. By demic expansion, it dispersed to northern India and the rest of the world. This is what Michael Wood in his Story of India, he claimed, and we do have a few papers to prove that, but we need to provide further evidence. Central Asian arrival is restricted, the Dravidian, to pockets of North India, and then the language replacement also must have taken. We need to work further on that. So this is actually this picture, almost a table I have given in the last lecture. It has also been printed. This is a time scale. David Atkinson says 13.5. Ashman culture, 7 KYA. That is a Neolithic. Social stratification, pre-Sangam epoch, 7,000 years ago, we have provided evidence in our 2012 paper. Sangam literary tradition is only 2,000 years. Now the Kiladi, and then even as yesterday we heard that Adichanallur or other, maybe you can push back to 5,000, 4,000 KYA. So that is the archaeological sites. So Central Asian influx may be from 7 to 3,000 years, because it's not a single influx, it is J, R1A and so on. So the Dravidian is a language, culture and a gene pool. Distinct entities, these three are, and evolved autochthonous in situ. And Dravidian is a time-tested gene pool. This is from the point of view of survival value. We have many data on the immunogenetics, which I will not go into. Okay, thank you very much. This is a team of workers. Thank you. So if you have any questions, one or two, otherwise we will discuss in the coffee time. Yes, Marta?
Yeah, from a naive person about this. So the data shows two things. One is presently who are speaking South Dravidian language group are having similar haplogroup, very highly correlated haplogroups that genetically bind them together, and they live geographically in this Dravidian Peninsula and those specific places, which is like, that means, which is already a known fact, which is now again proven that correlation can be also coming from the genetic part. But I'm just asking regarding the origin of the language, because one thing is now there is a theory that wherever there is a highest variation of language of a language group, generally that is considered the origin place of that group. So that way surely Dravidian Peninsula wins, because that is a but also from the various linguists like Peggy Mohan, Madhav Deshpande, they are like these various Dravidian pronunciation traits, right, which are very much physiologically enrooted, like how your tongue moves very easily to the retroflex position, which Bengali tongues won't ever move. So that kind of sound, and that sound then get possibly, according to linguists at least, the retroflex sound is possibly coming to Sanskrit from a Dravidian, ancient Dravidian contact. So isn't it possible that it was across India in a very ancient time, but now due to various reasons, the Dravidian Peninsula has protected these people, and the concentration has also increased. So this is the place that now represents a language group. But the language group was not necessarily only originating here or only keep being here, rather than having other dialects which are the underlying basic, the prototypes of the language are the same. But that's my question. Isn't it possible?
It should be possible. What you ask is now you see that retroflex sound and then the language. Yes, if you just take a word, zoology, in southern India, what do you study? I am studying zoology. If you ask a North Indian, you know, zoology, he will say. Okay. So, whether it is by habit, by teaching, pronunciation it came in, or is there any structural element in your vocal cord that conditioned that? Okay. Why does some people sing so nicely, other people really could not? These are all attributed eventually to the genes, that is how it runs in the family. And maybe all genome should be in a position to tell you, but it's a very expensive affair to do that study, whole genome scan studies.
Thank you. Because I think the Spanish people or some particular group of people, they do not pronounce the pronunciation of T becomes very difficult for us, and at least we Bengalis have always simplified all the pronunciations imposed on us from Sanskrit or from any other. So we have simplified. So what is the physiological and genetic basis?
So that is called nature nurture, we call it. maybe 60-70% is nature, that is a gene. Rest 30% is environment. Not only for infectious disease, for anything, for psychological, behavioral, or any of your features. Even you know that mostly in India, you can identify people first by dress code. Then the second one is by language, what they speak. Right? Okay, thank you very much. It's a nice session that we have had. Let us hope that we will have intercross ideas in future.
Thank you,
I
sir.
request all the speakers to come to the day so that it is easier. Please come.
We request our Joint Director to give away the mementos to the dignitaries of the session. First, Dr. Ansalima. First, we have for the session.
Go back up.
Next, Bhaktavatsala Bharati, sir. Then to Dr. Pankaj Goyal. Then to Dr. Kumar, sir. Then to Dr. Pichapal, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we will have tea break for 15 minutes. It's 11:30. By 11:45 sharp we'll start because we are having 7 papers before lunch. Thank you. Hope you will cooperate. Thank you. papers. So first we will start with Sutodaka Bhattacharya. Then we are having the paper of Dr. Sunil Kumar Patnayak. Third one is Dr. Anjali Trivedi Madams. Fourth one is Dr. Sharda Srinivasan and team. Fifth one is Dr. Arjun Rao's paper. Then be Arun Kumar's paper. Thank you.
Hello. So first I'd like to call Sutodaka Bhattacharya to present the paper. You have 15 minutes. After 12 minutes I'll show you this side. So everybody will get this 3 minute side and we'll try to finish up. Okay?
Thank you everyone for being here, and thank you the State Department for giving me this opportunity to present my work here. And the topic that I'm going to talk about is the study of grinding stones in southern Indian Neolithic, and mainly how we have conceptualized this project, and this is larger part of my PhD which I'm working on right now. So before I get into the nitty-gritty of the actual core, I would want to talk about why I'm placing the grinding stone studies in the Neolithic, and this is something, this is an artifact that you start getting from the Neolithic onwards up to well into the modern period. So before getting into that, when we start looking at the Neolithic in general, we see that in southern India especially from the 19th century onwards, we have very concrete and very large scale work going on constantly. And interestingly, throughout phases, there is a difference in attitude towards approaching Neolithic. In the 19th century, if you look at Foote's work or other British scholars who are working extensively in southern India, this was a period of early discoveries where you get this extensive grocery list kind of a work where artifacts are mentioned or sites are mentioned. A lot of geology is also mentioned in these cases because most of them were done by geologists. And then we have a second phase throughout the 20th century where a lot of large-scale excavations are happening, where we are actually accumulating and assimilating the data. And then towards the 21st century, there is a changing attitude. There is more conceptual questions which is being coming up. And now currently, if we look at the southern Indian Neolithic, and this Professor SELVAKUMAR also pointed out that in southern India, despite this long history of research, we have a question on the origins and development of southern Indian Neolithic tradition. And also because we have this distinctive ash mound tradition, so the relationship between the ash mound and the non-ash mound traditions. And as well as southern India was believed to be a land of pastoral nomads, so there is obviously a question of mobility. If the Neolithic package traveled here, it went from here, so the questions of degrees of sedentism and associated behavior. Now coming to the question, the core question of the research, which is why are we going back to the grinding stones? Now this is something that the first photograph is from Neolithic sites. This is from Nadu. This is from our backyard. This is from Sanganakallu. And these are paintings from Ajanta. And throughout the ages, we see that grinding stones being a prominent figure in all excavations. But despite that, we do not see a lot of researchers being concentrated on that. But what do grinding stones actually bring to the table? Now, in Neolithic, it was not just a period of great domestication, but domestication also opened up possibilities of new food processing. So think about rice. When you think about rice, you can probably name 15 different recipes on the top of your head. But as soon as you pound the rice and make rice powder out of it, you can name 200 different recipes out of it. So the possibilities increases as soon as you think about food processing. And grinding stones are a big impetus to that, which is why probably it has a long continuity. Secondly, it also changes our way we interact with the environment. And because it also opens up different ways of exploiting more other vegetation. And at the same time, like I said, mobility and landscape. I'm sure a lot of you have seen bedrocks where grinding stones are actually embedded within the bedrocks. So it's also a great marker to understand whether a community is settling in one place or moving around or coming back. They could act like markers where you come back to it. So it is something else that it brings to the table other than subsistence. Now, moving on to what we have today. Is ethnography dead? There's a beautiful paper on this, and a lot of people believe that ethnography is dead in India, and if you have to do it, you have to go into deep forests only to do ethnography, or you have to go to Africa. That's not really the case if you have the right research question. All these things, that's my mother, that's my friend's wedding, and all these things are part of a grinding stone's life cycle, which we can create right models and put that to archaeological studies, even going as long as back to Neolithic. So how do we do that? Well, that's the aim of the study. One is to understand the Neolithic grinding stones in terms of a life cycle. As we have a life cycle, so does stone tools. And it is important to study the stone tools in terms of the life cycle, so we understand where it enters the archaeological record and what we are actually finding in the archaeological record, so we actually studied that better. Secondly, the other aim was to understand the spatial and temporal variability in terms of both the ash mound and the non-ash found sites, to understand the greater implications of Neolithic subsistence, both in the southern Neolithic in general. Now, how did we go about it? First was creating a large database, mainly focusing on southern Indian Neolithic, of all sites, both explored, excavated, and in all forms, and creating typological classification. I'm coming why that is important. And then creating archaeological studies for both qualitative and quantitative analysis. Now, this was important because we have a large number of typology, corn crushers, milling stones, whatnot. So if we need to study comparatives across sites, it is important to actually categorize them. And this is not a very difficult task, but it is much neglected. Once this is done, now this can be globally comparable to all sites across the globe and across all time periods. And this helps also create, not just for South India, but now we can compare this with Ganga Valley sites, Neolithic for example. And this is transcending. So this is the first primary step that one needs to do. Next is, where do we go from here? Okay, now we have the typological list. Now where do we go from here? The next, which was a very important part, was actually mapping the grinding stones and the grinding hollows which you're finding on sites, and as well as doing the preliminary analysis. Second part, which was very important, is because we do not really have a reference collection for grinding stones research in India, especially on granite, basalts. Sandstone and limestone is still available globally, but it's not with the same type of crops that we use. So it was important to create this, for which we have to go back to ethnography, and at the same time with experimental. And interestingly for us, for ethnography, manufacturing and use can be done not just in rural environments, but also in urban. I'm sure all of you must have a grinding stone at your homes, or at least know a cousin who does it, even now, despite having a mixie. So it's something that we can do a lot more systematically. And lastly, 3D morphometrics. Now, I hope, yes, okay. So what do we actually see in the archaeological records? Now, if you go back to the literature, a lot of places, grinding stones are often categorized as the other stone or stone artifacts. Very dicey categories, sometimes it features, sometimes it doesn't. But and very few papers that actually talk about it, always believe that the grinding stones are not manufactured. Everything is from use. But you can see clear flaking marks, which does not happen just from use. They had to be manufactured strategically and to create these shapes. And even within the archaeological record, as you see in the 3D model here, there are clear signs of breakage. And when you study the technology, you can actually understand if these breakages are happening from use or because of manufacturing problems. So in order to go and understand that, we needed to go from the known to the unknown. And these things are done in and around the southern peninsula, and you can do it in southern India as well. So firstly, we documented the entire manufacturing process as well as the maintaining process, because grinding stones are also regularly maintained. So what we started and what we end up in, and also recording the beginning, middle and end, and I think that is the key to this, and studying the debitage along with this, because often maybe the grinding stone is not reported but a flake is, and if you have identified the right kind of flakes and the debitage, then you can also understand maybe from your site you are getting the debitage of manufacturing debitage of grinding stones. And then, which is mostly studied, is the functional aspect of grinding stones. And in a lot of cases, and because we have been talking about residue and ancient DNA and all these things in the last couple of days, but especially for grinding stones, residue is a tricky thing, because our grinding stones, and I'm sure the ones who have used them at home, you know that they are regularly washed and sometimes kept outside. So we don't know if helps in actually collecting great residue. But the stone leaves marks. So whatever kind of use you have, it leaves some marks on the stones. So if we do proper microwear and as well as macroscopic analysis, we can have a clue in terms of the kind of ways the grinding stones were used in, not just for subsistence, but also for other functions. So categorizing them, categorizing the marks macroscopically and also with your artifacts is primarily very important, and creating a database through that, and then creating the right kind of parameters through ethnographic studies. What are the types in which they use? What is the raw material they're using? What is the motion of use? Whether it is wet grinding or dry grinding. It's very little things, but we don't really think about it because it's so obvious to us. But when you break it down, you really realize that each one of them are creating a very different impact on the stone. So, and grinding stone interestingly moves beyond subsistence. And I'm sure a lot of my dear friends got married recently, and I'm sure some of these rituals were done at your weddings as well. This was done in one of my friends' weddings. And I'm sure a lot of the grinding stones are also used for pasting sandalwood pastes that we often apply, and also turmeric at your own homes which you're using. So it is important to also record these rituals and the grinding stone songs, husking songs, because maybe right now we do not have the impetus to do social work, social implications from the grinding stones, but if we have such records, maybe and the right context, it really helps in contextualizing and talking about symbolic behaviors, especially for these time periods. And now finally coming to the question of 3D morphometrics. Now, it's a really nice figure to watch. It's really nice to see our artifacts move in space. But why are we doing 3D morphometrics other than the fancy pictures? What is it really bringing to the table? And this is something that I really liked in the Kilodi presentation, and what she really pointed out, that you cannot bring the burial home. In the same way, in a lot of excavations, despite of finding a lot of grinding stones, you cannot bring the 20 kgs home to the lab. So a lot of the grinding stones are left at the site and often not done, not picked up to the labs for studies. So 3D morphometrics really helps you do analysis on that. And at the same time, once you actually import it to the right softwares, I'm doing useware through 3D morphometrics. Once you get the right software, get the right training, you can do it even sitting remotely. And this reference collection, what we hope to build up or create is something that will help creating a database which will help study grinding stones not just from Neolithic southern India, but for all time periods. Once the protocol is set, because these types, and that's the standardization point, these types don't really change across time and space. So this could help study across time periods and give us more insights on this. And definitely there is a planning, there is strategy, there is procurement, there is selling of these grinding stones, there is discard. So there is a large issues associated with this continual use. I think I've spoken more than enough on that. And the aspect of multifunctionality. And we often forget that most of our tools are multifunctional. You do not just grind ginger. You grind everything on that one slab that you have at home. So did they. So you do not make 500 different grinding stones because it's too much. But multifunctionality, and this is something that the global West do not get, but we do, because we see it in our backyard. and at the same time the landscape use. And interestingly, grinding stones are not just restricted to the movable ones, but ones that you see on the bedrocks. So there is an interaction between the actual landscape, the bringing in the agricultural goods, the different aspects of it, and and the final stage of processing. So that's it, and thank you so much for being so patient.
Thank you. That was well in time, very interesting paper. I know there is a publication now coming out. Any questions? Any questions? Yes.
Just a small observation, like we had in our childhood people whose main occupation was as shield cuttery, sharpening the grinding stones.
Actually, it's still the same, and it's very interesting that in southern India, it's a particular caste group. That's what I'm tracing down actually. There is a particular caste group who actually still goes from village to village. The one man that you saw with the goggles was actually at my house. So people still come from village to village, and in southern India, this can be well traced back to a very long time, and it's one particular group that does it.
Any other questions? We have a 2-minute technical break.
In North India, I saw in my house also there is a Palar grinding mill. But in South India, is it common?
See, there is a typological difference between the north and the south. So the rotary wheels, for example, comes up much later, and especially the milling ways also. So the processing is not the same, because we also have to understand that a lot of the grinding stones that we see initially, southern India was mainly to process millets, not rice. But in Ganga Plain, it was primarily for rice.
Rice and for wheat also.
Yeah, wheat. So in southern India, a lot of the adoption was from millets to rice. So there is that change also. So there is a functionality and typological association, but not completely. It's not completely dependent on that.
We have a 2-minute technical break. It's okay? Okay. Any more questions? Otherwise, we can start the next paper. Anything more? Okay. So
No, ma'am, there is a question at the back.
where?
Ma'am, you talked about like customs related to the grinding stone. So can we talk about the material, like the kind of material? Is it just one material that is taken up for the grinding stone, or like, there are different types of stones
Yeah,
that we can make about?
Of course. So in southern India, say Tamilnadu, Karnataka, most parts of Karnataka and Andhra, it is mainly granite. But as soon as you move to the Deccan plateau, it's all basalt. They will not use a granite grinding stone. When you move up east, it's either sandstone or granite, depending on where you are. And in Ganga plains, it's only sandstone. In some parts, it is limestone. When you go up in the northeast, it's sandstone. So it all boils down to your geographical location and what is your closest possible rock. But you need a coarse grain rock for it. Yes, for sure.
So every material will have, like you said about the impressions it makes on the
Yes.
rock. So
Yes.
every stone will have a different study.
Exactly. Which is why you need a reference. What we are trying to do is create a reference collection for India, because if you do not have that, you cannot study the use ware. The foreign reference collection does not really work for us because it's not done on granite.
And the sizes, like when we are grinding, either it's a plain surface where we are grinding like chutneys and all we are grinding, or otherwise it's
The pounding.
So we have a hole. So we have a different sizes of hole, with respect to the, I can say if it's a rice, then the husk is taken out, or if we are doing the paste. So is that the size, the hole also changes?
Yes, so it has a lot to do with your volume that you're trying to produce, the end product that you're trying to get, the kind of material that you're actually pounding or grinding. So that is why a grinding stone analysis actually brings a lot to the table. So you understand food processing technology, at the same time you understand the kind of variety of material that could also get processed. And the stone picks up these signatures and stays. So, and it stays for a very long time. So these things can be well analyzed for archaeological records. Yes.
Okay. So I will now rise to religion, glimpses of proto and early historic cultures of Odisha.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected chairperson. Recent times, we have taken in the last 2 decades actually, we have taken up a lot of Chalcolithic sites, excavation of Chalcolithic sites in Odisha, and by different organizations. I have taken up also one Chalcolithic site. In that scenario, we got to clear the adoption, domestication of rice. That actually has given a datum line, has given timeline when it was domesticated. Earlier, Odisha had the tradition of wild rice, that is from Jaipur tract in Koraput district. But date was not known. It was from the earliest time. For the first time, long back, it was reported from Kuchai and Vaidepur. That is a single Neolithic site. But it is a single Neolithic site that has given some clue about the rice. Next, from a lot of Chalcolithic sites, we have dated this stratum, the earliest stratum, around mid of the 2nd millennium BC, 1350 BC, or during the 1100 BC till 900 BC. The major sites are, one is Durga Devi, the paper is coming from Deccan College, and one from Swabari, and another from Deltiuda, and another from Deltiuda, Vartiveda, Swabari were excavated by Archaeological Survey of India, and I have excavated the Durga Devi. So these are all in coastal area and Mahanadi Delta. There we got the domestication of rice, very good samples, and paper also published by Fuller and other scholars. So here, when we are rice eating stage, there is a debate about the domestication of rice and spread of rice. That is the other thing. But here, this is the Durga Devi and Mahanadi Delta also, from Kapsira and other sites. Rice is also reported. Pankaj Goyal has written also in collaboration with other scholars about the Chalcolithic sites of Mahanadi Delta, middle Mahanadi Delta. And here, this is the Durga Devi stratification. The lowest level is from 5 to 9 is a Chalcolithic, and there was a around 1 meter gap, the compact reduced clay sediment, that is barren. And after that, we are getting Iron Age site, Iron Age period, and then for a small early historic period. So this site, actually during Iron Age, there is a huge fortification in around, and Iron Age we are getting, these are the materials, antiquities and materials. Here the thing is that there is a huge fortification in the Durga Devi site. That also reflected in recent excavated site in Asurgarh in western Odisha. So during the activities, our concern is rice is the staple food, and it has given the dates, here the dates. And between one more reference is coming, during the early historical period, rice is being named as Sali. One of the variety of rice is Sali. That is being reported by R.A. Sharma and also reported by Romalatha. In this context, these are the dated sites. This is the distribution of rice in India. Here, by coming from Chalcolithic to early period, there is a 2 distinct names coming from 2 places in between Mahanadi and Bansadara. That is within the Kalaignar region. Bansadara is this particular place is in the Srikakulam district in the border of Odisha, Earlier it was part of Kalinga. Here we are getting an inscription. This is a very good Buddhist site, Buddhist settlement, and very near to that is a Kalingapatna. It's an important ancient port, and there is a backed by a urban site called Dantapura. So this is within the 10-15 kilometer radius. Here we are getting a inscription. It narrates Salyapatika or Salyapadika. Surya has written 1964. It means it's a hill of rice. And on this way, we are getting another site in the mid Mahanadi Valley, a place called Salepur. It is again couched between major two Buddhist sites. One is Brahmagun and another is Rameshwar. From Rameshwar we got around 300 banks, and this is a mount. And this is partly exposed. This is Brahmagun. In between, this is couched. There is a river called Chitrotpala. It's a branch of Mahanadi. And Salepur is there. The name Salepur denotes, again, understand. Then Salepur, Salyapatika, that is, both are in the coastal area. And between that, it is again followed by series of Buddhist sites, Jogara, Dholigara, Haragarh, and many more sites. It is just connecting the settlement pattern and the trade routes and all that. Then comes the religion. How religion it happens? Because these all are along the trade routes and Buddhist settlement, with having a number of monasteries, chaityas, and continued from 3rd century, 4th century BC till 13th, 14th century AD, 12th century AD. See the 1500 years cultural flow, and it is connecting very well Ganga Valley one side and Godavari Valley other side. If you walk down on the whole ancient route or the modern route also, we are following the same route now, you will find every 10-15 kilometers there is a Buddhist site, Buddhist settlement, be it a hill or a hillock or a plain land or in a estuary or a riverside, you will find every 10 kilometers. Like Western India, in the East Coast, you will find number of Buddhist settlements. All are grouped in area of rice produced areas, everywhere. That is a fantastic historical musing that comes out, and backed by that happens again with excavation of all these fortified settlements all along this route. This is again from north. Radhanagar is a very good Buddhist site and urban settlement. The plan is there. I have excavated 2010 and 13. Then Gauri, the Sishpalgarh, then Talpada, then Lati, Jawgarh, and this is Dantapura, Salyundam. Connecting all these things, the cultural flow coming from rice to religion with Buddhism, it is a very unique and systematic, fallacies coming out from our study. And these are the cultural complexes, starting from Ganga Valley, right from Tamilnadu and Chandraketugarh in near Calcutta, coming down Mahanadi Valley, Bansadara, Rishikesh Valley, Bansadara Valley, Krishna Valley, all are connected. Connected means with ancient Buddhist sites, 3rd, 4th century, started from 3rd, 4th centuries, and it continued again with myriad of monuments and sculptures like that. It continues, and sometimes horizontally, it expanded horizontally. We have excavated Lalitgiri, Ratnagiri, very big sites in between, and Salyundam is also very big site. All are overlooking, the landscape is very romantic. Once you go to the Buddhist site, you will find it mesmerizing. You can sit there for meditation. All of this happening in the East Coast. It is one of the major cultural complexes that gives us impetus for history and culture. And in between, there are new ports. Port sites are also there. Tamilnadu is a major port in the Mauryan age, and it continued for a long time. And now we are working in Palar area. Palar is another port. It was mentioned by Ptolemy, and in Nagarjuna inscription also. Now, in collaboration with Tamil Nadu State Archaeology, we are undertaking excavations there. And Kalingapatna is again in the Bansadhara river, just border of the Odisha, now in Central district, and down below, Arikamedu, Pumpua, all Bhattiprolu is in a continuous process. So, port sites, urban sites, Buddhist settlements, rice grown area, look at the resources and how it is connected in the east coast, particularly in the eastern part of India, and it is connected with trade routes. Naturally, resources there, so it is connected to trade routes. But this study is not taken in. And by the way, this part, this trade route connecting to Silk Route of China and coming to TAMILNADU, then again connecting to south and connecting to Southeast Asia. This is again another area of study. This is the cultural flow, and this is the migration of religion to Southeast Asia. Many scholars have worked on that. This is the scenario, how we are connected to each other. And this is Periplus route, and this is Ptolemy route. This is Aishin, also visited 7th century and reference. These are the trading areas, trading zones that Maharashtra, Bangladesh, including Bangladesh, Bengal, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, and Sri Lanka. It was all connected for 1,000 years, not for 100, 200 years. It was 1,000 years, and remnants are very well visible right now. These are our sites. We have excavated some of the antiquities we got. Porcelain, amphorae, Roman bulle, related ware, Nordware. There the Khorosti inscription. It is connected to northwestern India. That's why we are getting Khorosti, amphorae, Indonesian terracotta, Indonesian bronze, Ceylonese coin. These are the again exotic, antiquities. This is all. Thank you very much. Oh. This is another Calcutta Patna. It is near Kumar. It is again another port site. And with the culture is reflected in the temple walls right now. The long, embedded culture is now reflected in the temple. In the temple walls, we are getting these boat motifs and elephant transportation. This is again in Jagannath temple, double-masted boat. And this is again the Ashtamahava Tara. It protects the traders. It protects the seagoers or merchants. There is a boat motif there, and it is available. The Ashtamahava are available only in Odisha, nowhere else. In Western Odisha, it is Western India. It is Avalokiteshwar. But in the East Coast, we are getting 2 images only. This is what I wanted to say, and our research is going on. Thank you very much.
I'd like to open to questions. Hello. Anyway, questions?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second, it's coming. Okay, just carry on.
Yes, sir. What is the local pottery that you are getting from this site?
A local pottery is a Nordware. It is Nordware. Say, now we are thinking, many scholars are working that, because the Nordware is available in eastern coast as well as Southeast Asian coast. Indonesia it is available, Java it is available, Sri Lanka it is available, and Thailand coast it is available, and Odisha coast, Bengal coast. Nordware, knob. There is a knob in the middle. Nordware. That is, we think, we are going to give a nomenclature Kalaignar. It is already published a paper. Sila Dipati, Pankaj Goyal, everybody is there in that paper.
Any other questions?
various folk versions of Mahabharata as we are discussing. I think the differences between our Indian versions of Mahabharata and Javanese Mahabharata, somehow, like, I think the characters who are getting more importance in possibly the Dravidian recensions are also getting more importance in Indonesia, like Ghodotkac is getting to a lot of importance rather than other prominent characters. So that means I think the stories are going right, have a particular route, and as you were saying that day, like there was a route from South Indian Peninsula to Kalinga and to, can you just give that some more information about that route, maritime route?
Yes. There are several ports we have discussed. Several ports in the east, right from Tamilnadu till Kumpuar and down below in Tamilnadu. All these ports, there are evidences. All these port sites having evidences, migration of people or travelling of merchants, trade boats and everything to Southeast Asia. And there was a defined route that comes from Tamilnadu, touching to Palar and coming down to this Kaviripatnam and then Sri Lanka. All boats have to assemble in the Sri Lanka. They have to touch the Sri Lanka, then they go to Malayu or Sumatra. That is the route. From Sri Lanka, then from Sumatra, then they will divert towards China, towards other Indonesian islands. And in the land route, there is a route again touching to Tamilnadu to Burma or Myanmar, the land route. Then again that also goes to Thailand. That is the route. And rice route is also like that. There is a debate now going on whether Southeast Asian country they adopted rice or China they adopted rice and they migrated in this route. So this is the cultural route also. So when the culture impacted, the impact of culture felt at Indonesian islands and all that, they developed on their own way. The core is same. Ramayana is same, Mahabharata is same, but the character is different. Singapore Institute, they have worked on that. So core remains the same, but they developed on their characters and dramatized on their own way.
No, just that some characters that we do not have much importance given on, like Ghodotkac, becomes a huge hero there. So I kind of understand, I don't understand. Is it a regional importance that has been transmitted to such a route?
Ghodotkac is definitely an important hero or important personality.
Compared to Arjuna.
Yeah, that is considered in Mahabharata. And the Indonesian people has given importance to that, but I am not expert in that area.
We will have one more question and then move on.
Thank you, sir. It's really a very nice lecture. Actually, I want to know, did you get only one kind of the rice, or you will find any different kind of the rice?
Different kind.
Because in China and Southeast Asia, there is varieties totally different.
Yeah.
And in India,
Yes.
varieties totally different.
Yes, Asiatic rice and African rice. We are getting Urja Satavia.
Yeah.
Urja Satavia we are getting all through, from all the sides.
Okay, but did you get any other variety of the rice which came through the any route to India?
That we have not yet studied. Whatever we got the samples from our side, from our 3-4 side, that just now we are taking up the studies, and we are taking help of Fuller of London School of Archaeology, and let us go. Our studies going on. What kind of varieties are there? It is a halfway. Only we are assured that it is Urja Satavia is now we are getting from our side.
Because morphometry is totally different.
Maybe.
It's totally different. Yeah.
Maybe.
I saw that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a very interesting paper. And I
Thanks,
think,
ma'am.
is Dr. Yatish Kumar here? No. No, okay. Then I would like to call Dr. Madan and Professor Sharda. Sharda is not here, so Dr. Madan will present the paper. So at 3 minutes, I'll show you a slip.
Chair, our ever-encouraging Joint Director Shivanandam Sir, senior delegates, senior faculties, senior scholars, and students all together. This is a collaborative paper I kindly call upon Suresh to join me for the presentation. Please join him. As I did mention, this is a collaborative paper jointly with our Joint Director, Rajan Sir, and the entire team of State Archaeological Department. The abstract of the paper here goes by. We have a lot of technical and scientific analysis done on many of the artifacts and ecofacts, which was carried out in many of the archaeological explorations within the state of Tamil Nadu. So I call upon Suresh to introduce the site where he had carried out extensively the field works, and I'll handle the second part where I'll be talking about the technicality, the technological aspects, and the scientific analysis which was carried out. Suresh.
Thank you, Madam. I'm Suresh. I'm working with Professor Srinivasan. I'm RA. Actually, the paper is prepared in English, and president is also English. I will explain in Tamil with your permission. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. இது எல்லாருக்கும் தெரிஞ்ச விஷயம். அந்த ஏரியாவை உங்களுக்கு ஆல்ரெடி தெரிஞ்சிருந்த விஷயம் தான். மயிலாடும்பாறைங்கிறது வந்து ஆல்ரெடி நிறைய டைம் வந்து எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. எஸ் பரந்தாமன் அதோட அசிஸ்டன்ட் ஆர்கியாலஜிஸ்ட் அது அதில் நிறைய கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன் பண்ணியிருக்காரு. அவருடைய உதவியோடு தான் நாங்கள் அந்த கட்டுரையை தயார் செஞ்சுருக்கோம். இப்போ அந்த கட்டுரையில் இருக்கிற சில தகவல்களோட நான் பகிர்ந்துக்கிறேன். உதாரணமாக இரும்பு வந்து இப்போ இருக்கிற எர்லியஸ்ட்டாக இருக்கிற இரும்பு பார்த்திங்கன்னா நம்ம மயிலாடும்பாறைங்கிறது எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியும். எல்லாருமே ரிப்போர்ட் படிச்சிருப்போம் ஆல்ரெடி. இருந்தாலும் கூட இதை எப்படி நம்ம உறுதி செய்கிறது அப்படிங்கிறதுல நிறைய கான்ட்ரவர்சி இருக்குது. இதை வந்து எப்படி ஏற்றுக்கிறது அப்படின்னு. ஆனால் இது ஏற்றுக்கலாம். ஆல்ரெடி பார்த்திங்கன்னா நம்ம தென்னிந்தியாவில் ஆல்ரெடி கர்நாடகாவில் வந்து குணகல்லி அண்ட் குமனகல்லியில் என்ற பகுதியில் வந்து ஆல்ரெடி வந்து 1402 அந்த பிசியில் வந்து நமக்கு அயன் வந்து கிடச்சிருக்கு ஆல்ரெடி. அதை கம்பைன் பண்ணி தான் நம்ம டிபெண்ட் பண்ணி தான் நம்ம இது வந்து டேட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இதை பார்த்திங்கன்னா டேட் பண்ணது பார்த்திங்கன்னா இது ஒரு சார்கோலில் தான் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இதில் நம்ம சார்கோலில் பண்ணது தான் வந்து பிசிஇ 2172 கிடச்சிருக்கு. அப்ராக்சிமேட்லி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள்லேருந்து ஒரு 4000 years ஓல்டு அப்படின்னு நம்ம சொல்லலாம். இதை தான் இப்போ டேட்டிங் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இதில் கிடைச்ச சில சாம்பிள்ஸை தான் நாங்கள் வந்து அதோட சேர்த்து நம்ம சேம் சீக்வன்ஸில் இருக்கா அப்படின்னு பார்க்குறதுக்காக வேண்டி நம்மகிட்ட ஒரு 17 சாம்பிள் கொடுத்தாங்க. ஆக்சுவலாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 6 வந்து ஹாபிடேஷனும் ஒரு 11 வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பரியல் சைட்லேருந்து கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. இதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 2 காப்பர் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. அந்த 2 காப்பர் நம்ம வந்து எக்ஸ்ஆர் பண்ணலை. மீதி இருக்கிற 15 சாம்பிள் வந்து எக்ஸ்ஆர் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சில சாம்பிள்ஸ்க்கு வந்து அவங்க கொடுத்துருக்காங்க, ஹை ப்ரியாரிட்டி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. அப்புறம் சில டெப்த் வைஸாக ப்ரியாரிட்டி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. இதை நம்ம வந்து ஒரு தொடர்ச்சிருக்கலாமா அப்படின்னு பார்க்குறதுக்காக கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. நம்ம அதை பண்ணியிருக்கோம், எக்ஸ்ஆர் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அப்படி பண்ணதில் நம்மளுக்கு கிடைச்ச ரிசல்ட் என்னென்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அயன் இங்கே கிடைக்கிற அயனில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இது எல்லாருக்கும் தெரிஞ்சிருக்கீங்க, பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. இது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம கிருஷ்ணகிரி மாவட்டத்தில் இருக்கிற தொகரப்பள்ளி கிராமத்தில் இருக்கிற ஒரு பகுதி. ஜஸ்ட் வந்து ஒரு 1.2 கிலோமீட்டர்ஸ் அரௌண்டில் உள்ள ஒரு மவுண்டு. அது ஆக்சுவலாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம வந்து மயிலாடும்பாறைன்னு சொல்லுவோம். இருந்தாலும் கூட அது வந்து லோக்கலாக தெரிஞ்ச பேர் தான். யாருக்கும் வந்து அதை வந்து பெருசாக தெரியாது. ஏன்னா மயிலாடும்பாறைங்கிற ஊர் இன்னொரு ஊர்லேயும் இருக்குது, இந்த மயிலாடுதுறை பக்கத்துலேயே இருக்குது, மதுரைக்கு பக்கத்துலேயே இருக்குது. இருந்தாலும் ஒரு சின்ன பகுதி, லோக்கல் பீப்புள் மட்டும் அது தெரிஞ்ச பகுதி. இப்போ இந்த சைட்டுக்கு வந்து ரொம்ப எக்ஸ்டர்னாக இருக்கிறதுனால இது எல்லாருக்கும் தெரிஞ்ச பகுதியாக இருக்குது. இப்போ எனக்கு கிடச்சி நம்ம சும்மா சைட்டு ரிவ்யூ உங்களுக்கு தரேன். இது ஆல்ரெடி எல்லாருக்கும் தெரிஞ்ச விஷயம் தான், இருந்தாலும் உங்களுக்கு இதை சொல்கிறேன். பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இதில் நம்ம 7 குரூஸ் கிடச்சிருக்கு. இதெல்லாம் புதுசு இல்லை, ஆல்ரெடி நீங்கள் ரிப்போர்ட்லேயே பார்த்துருக்கலாம். இருந்தாலும் ஜஸ்ட் அந்த சைட்டை வந்து உங்களுக்கு இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்காக ஜஸ்ட் நான் ஷோ பண்ணுறேன். அங்கே இருக்கிற அந்த பெயிண்ட், ராக் ஆர்ட் பெயிண்டிங்கு. அப்புறம் இந்த சைட்டில் தான் நம்மளுக்கு வந்து அந்த எர்லியஸ்ட் அயன் கிடச்ச சைட்டு, லொக்காலிட்டி 4ன்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய இடத்துல கிடச்சிது. அதில் வந்து அந்த சேம் சீக்வன்ஸில் கிடச்ச ஒரு அயன் மட்டும் நம்ம ஷோ பண்ணியிருக்கோம் வித் ஒரு பர்மிஷன், ஸ்டடி குமார் பர்மிஷனோட அதை வந்து நம்ம ஷோ பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அந்த லொக்காலிட்டி 4ல் டென்ஜில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் அதை பார்க்கலாம். 130 சென்டிமீட்டரில் வந்து அது கிடச்சதா சொல்கிறாங்க. இதே சேம் சீக்வன்ஸில் தான் வந்து அந்த சார்கோல் கிடச்சிருக்கு. அதை தான் டேட்டிங் பண்ணி நம்மளுக்கு வந்து அந்த எர்லியஸ்ட் அயன் அப்படிங்கிறத வந்து அவங்க டிக்ளேர் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க வித் பிட் அனலைஸ் லேபோட. இது அந்த சைட்டில் இந்த பக்கத்தில் இருக்கிற பரியல் கிரவுண்டு, நார்த் சைடில் இருக்கிற அந்த ஹேபிடேஷன் சைட்டு. இப்போ இந்த சைட்லேருந்து தான் நம்மளுக்கு வந்து அந்த ஆப்ஜெக்ட்லாம் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. இது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மேம் வந்து இது வந்து கோஆர்டினேட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இங்கே கிடச்ச அந்த சார்கோஃபோகஸ் வந்து மேபி வந்து சங்கடங்களில் கிடச்ச அந்த இதோட ஓரளவுக்கு தொடர்பு இருக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு, யோலித்திக் காலமாக இருக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு அவங்க கெஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. அங்கே கிடச்ச அயனு இது ஆல்ரெடி நீங்கள் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, நியூஸ் பேப்பரில் கூட ஹைலி வந்து இது வந்து நிறைய இடத்துல பப்ளிஷ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, அதனால் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. இதை நம்ம வந்து இப்போ இது பண்ணியிருக்கோம், எக்ஸ்ஆர்எஃப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இப்போ எக்ஸ்ஆர்எஃப் பண்ணதில் நம்மளுக்கு கிடைச்ச விஷயம் என்னென்னா, இதில் வந்து யூஸ்வலாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கோபால்ட் கிடைக்கிறது வந்து ரொம்ப கம்மி. யூஸ்வலாக வந்து கோபால்ட் வந்து கிடைக்காது அதிகம். நம்ம டேஸ்ட் பண்ணதில் எர்லியராக பண்ணதில் உதாரணமாக ஆதிச்சநல்லூர், சிவகலை, துல்கார்பட்டி, கொடுமணல் பண்ணதில் நமக்கு வந்து கோபால்ட் கிடைக்கவே இல்லை. ஆனால் இதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கோபால்ட்டு நிக்கலும் கொஞ்சம் ஹை ரேஞ்சில் கிடைக்குது, ஹை அமௌண்ட்டாக கிடைக்குது. பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் பார்க்கலாம் 2.73 கிடைக்குது. இது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இது என்னென்னா மேக்ஸிமம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மீட்டோட்ஸ் அயன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அதாவது விண்கல்லேருந்து விழுகிற அயனில் தான் வந்து அதிகப்படியான நிக்கலும் கோபால்ட் இருக்கும். ஆனால் பார்த்து நம்மளுக்கு கிடைச்ச அந்த சைட்டில் நிக்கலும் கோபால்ட்டும் அதிகமாக கிடச்சிருக்கு. இதை நம்ம என்ன கோஆர்டினேட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். உதாரணமாக ஆதிச்சநல்லூரில் கிடைக்கிற அந்த பிரான்ஸும் இப்போ இருக்கிற நவீன மிடியல் டைமில் இருக்கிற ஐடனில் இருக்கிற மிடியல் பிரான்ஸில் இருக்கிற அந்த இது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அயன் செய்யும்போது புதுசாக ஒரு அயனை வந்து ரீப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு நினச்சிட்டு. ஆனால் ஆக்சுவலாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பழைய அயனை தான் வந்து ரீப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அதில் ஒரு ட்ரேசிங் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கோபால்ட் இருக்குது. இதில் எல்லாமே கிடைக்குது. நம்மளுக்கு ஒரு 3 சாம்பிள் நம்ம இப்படி கிராஸ் கட் பண்ணோம். அதில் 3லேயுமே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கோபால்ட் வந்து அதில் ட்ரேஸ் ஆகிருக்கு. ஆக்சுவலாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அந்த நம்மளுக்கு அந்த ட்ரெடிஷன் இருக்குது. அயன் வந்து அந்த ஓல்டஸ்ட் நம்ம சொல்கிறோம் இல்லையா, இப்போ நம்ம இது மலையாளம் பழைய ஓல்டஸ்ட்னு சொல்கிறதுக்கு இதுவும் ஒரு ரீசனாக இருக்குது. இந்த கோபால்ட் நிக்கல் வந்து கிடைக்கிறது ஒரு ரீசனாக இருக்குது. மீதி வந்து என்னோடய கொலீக்ஸ் வந்து எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுவாங்க டெக்னிக்கலாக. தேங்க்யூ.
Thank you, Suresh. I'll just finish the third artifact. The reason we chose this non-destructive method was for obvious reasons. We couldn't have our sources to get for destructive methods all the artifacts or ecofacts. So we had to devise a methodology where we could go to the sites, handheld XRF portable machines could be taken to the site. So this is a very semi-quantitative way of doing analysis. The reason that I'm saying semi-quantitative is that we have many artifacts which have corroded from the top layers. For example, I'm sorry. This BIS-05 axe piece has many layers and historic corrosions that's happened. Now, when we started analyzing it, we were not very sure whether it's going to be a rare earth material or some of the corrosions that's happened from the sand. So we had to devise a methodology where we could randomly select samples using XRF machines. So that's how this machine came in handy, where we could do elemental analysis for almost all the trace elements, precious metals, as well as carbon steel. I will, with your permission, I'll go back to the slide and explain a little bit of the machine that we have been using. What you see it was our first batch of experiment with due respects to Dr. Prabhakaran and his team at Sivagalai, where we started collecting some of the artifacts. Though it is about Myladam Parai, but we got this entire machine and started our experimental way of analysis at this site. So what you see, this is a portable XRF machine, and it's one of its kind in India. So why do I say one of its kind? Is it's fitted with 3 programs such as Geochem, Alloy Plus, and Precious Metal programs, which could be calibrated and transferred as such, exported to other softwares where we could get the calibrations, readings and all done, and migrated to other such softwares like 3D photogrammetry, R, etc. And this is a unique machine because it's also got a rhodium rod which instigates or agitates the entire photon or the entire atom part of the material, and we get trace elements like titanium, strontium, zirconium and other 13 rare earth materials. That's where we had our breakthrough in devising the methodology, because when we talk about provenance, for example, Shivagalai, Mailadampai, and other sites such as Adichanallur, it's not the artifacts that we have been getting. It's about the sand or the materials, external materials which was being attached to it. So that's how we could define the provenance of it by, as just Suresh mentioned, the presence of cobalt, manganese, and zirconium, stratonium. These are very distinctly available in mounds which are native to that locality. So that's why we could devise a methodology where it could be spoken about the provenance and exclusively designed at the sites. So this is where our XRF machines helped. However, there are limitations with this as part of our conclusion. As part of our conclusion, this semi-quantitative method has got its own methodology. As I mentioned earlier, it's because of the patina forming on the artifacts or the corrosions happening. We can't propound what's the level of corrosion that's happening until and unless we scrape it through or destructive and take it forward to metallographic analysis. So that's where the limitation extends. However, it is a big breakthrough to randomly select artifacts and then sample size it and take it forward to metallography. That we have already started doing with the help of State Archaeological Department, ESI, and other institutions, which have gladly provided us the samples. So one sample what we carried forward was from Karnataka and Telangana, where Dr. Rao presented yesterday about Gatipulnuru, where we have identified wood steel, and we could get a metallurgical up to 2000X series done. I'm sorry I couldn't present it because it's unpublished work. So where we have clearly identified the formation of perlite, phyllite, and cimatite, where we could say that this is distinctly followed and practiced a process of smelting, smithing, and this native and indigenous to this provenance. So I would like to conclude this paper by thanking my entire team at NIAS, Dr. K. Rajan, our Joint Director, and the entire team of DST and all the scholars present here. Thank you.
Again, any questions? Yeah, Mordecai.
I can be louder enough.
I can hear you, Dr. Murthy.
Yeah, I mean, can't you do some experimentation? So make a known material and in the known soil, and then make it corrode. I mean, make you expedite the process of corrosion, and then see how much the soil influenced that, so that you can delineate and then attribute the iron content in the soil.
That's a very interesting way of looking at approaching this design. This I could answer it in two parts. The first part, A, we have 3 decades of research from Professor Shada, Kadok, Mark Kanoy, and the other senior scholars who have determined what's the way of corrosion that is happening, patina happening, what is the way of the layers of corrosion that is happening, which has been due diligently been calibrated through chemical analysis. And it is a whole school thought of chemical analysis, what you have done to determine the elemental complexes. Now, the second part of this question, what you had devised was the batches that we receive, the artifacts are in batches, and it comes in the in tandem with the excavation that takes place at the sites. Now, we are not allowed to carry those samples until it is docketed at the sites by the senior archaeologists or the superintendent or the statutory officers at the site. Only once it is done, we get that. Now, in continuation to that, once the backfilling is all done to the trenches and all, like, we don't have access to it. Now, we have to do away with the samples that we have at hand, and we would preferably do for destructive way to get the metallography. Until we know what metacalligraphy or what is the elemental composition or what is the kind of cerulite, pearlite or semite formed and all, like what is the formation of it and all, like we can't be able to ascertain the corrosion level. Now just to simply answer the question is, it's got its own limitations. So just by carrying out an experimental basis or replicating it or at the sites will not give us profound results. It is not a sweeping statement, but we did try it out. So that's how we have been able to do it, because we constructed two kinds of furnaces, Agrarian furnaces for understanding what's the smelting processes. One was in 2018 and the other one was in 2021. With collaborating with various pioneers in the field, we were not able to have a breakthrough on that. I hope it answered you.
Thank you very much. You can discuss later. Thank you, sir. Very interesting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to call now Dr. Anjali Trivedi, exploring the culture-climate relationship of Kirani, a preliminary study. So, Anjali, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now today I am going to present my environmental analysis work on the Archaeology, Tamil Nadu region. It is very important to know something about the climate and monsoons if you are studying any culture. So it is very important that you will know something about the monsoon. In globe, there are 5 dominant monsoonal systems. First is the North American, second is the South American, and African, Australian and Asian monsoon system. Asian monsoon system is also divided into the Indian monsoon system and East Asian monsoon system. Our Indian subcontinent comes under 2 monsoon systems. This is South-West monsoon system and North-East monsoon system. Actually, North-East monsoon system is a retreating monsoon system, and in summer, India receives South-West monsoon, and in the winter it receives northeast monsoon winds. Tamil Nadu comes under the northeast monsoonal winds. This is the study area, and study area comes under Tamil Nadu, and which is very vast area. It is about 1,35,000 kilometers square, and Kilidi is situated into the Shivanga, and that is in 95 degree 14 minutes latitude and 78 degree 10 minutes north latitude. And it is a very old civilization, that is Sangam settlement, and it was excavated by Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology and the Archaeological Survey of India. This site is located 12 kilometers southeast of the Madurai in Tamil Nadu, near the town of Kilidi. And this samples was provided by State Archaeology of Tamil Nadu. And thank you, sir. The settlement lies on the bank of the Vaigai river, and it reflects the Asian culture of the Tamil Nadu. Archaeologically, the study site lies 6th century BC and 3rd century CE. The average rainfall and temperature data is very important because I am going to do the quantification of climate of this site. So for the quantification of climate, past climate, it is very important that you should know the present day climate and vegetation. So I am just going to correlate between the climate-culture relationship. The average maximum temperature of the study site is 30 degree and the average minimum temperature is 21 degree. As I already told that the area experienced the northeast or retreating monsoon system. This is the last 35 years record that tells the mean annual rainfall is about 1200 millimeter, while the lowest precipitation is 900 and the highest precipitation is 1700 millimeter. This is the west wall of the Khilidi YD4 by 2 French, and it is provided by Dr. Shivanandam and their team member. And right now I am working on this core, and it is very visible. You can see it's about 560 centimeter core, and Below 350 to 560 is the natural soil. And above the natural soil from 350 to 280, this is the loose and compact and then the floor charcoal redware. And this is followed by loose and more sandy with low clay fractions and charcoal posturate, and reddish brown sandy clay with copper and iron objects, followed by reddish brown sandy clay, and upper layer is very very thin, but some places it is about 0 to 75 centimeter. It is semi-compact ashy clay. What is archaeobotany? I'm just giving few lines about the archaeobotany. A study of the plant remains recorded from the archaeological sites is called archaeobotany, and it could be grains, it could be pollens, it could be phytoliths, it could be charcoals, anything which is related to the plants and is preserved into any archaeological sites. The plant remains from the archaeological sites provide information on the agricultural activity and existing environment during the occupation. Because ISMs play, it means Indian summer monsoon play a very crucial role in the vegetation and culture of Indian civilization and their proliferation and extension. I am working mainly on the pollen and phytolith. So what are pollen? Pollen are unicellular gametophytes. You can see anywhere you can see hibiscus flower, and these are the sacs where pollen are stayed there, and these are male gametophytes which perform the function of pollination. And second is the phytoliths. Phytoliths are microscopic structure made of silica. These are produced by deposition of silica from the groundwater into the plant tissue. And after the decay of the plant tissue, they remain within the sediments. Why they are important? Pollen and phytolith. First, they are micro remains, and second is they can preserve in the sediment for the thousands of the year because pollen wall is very strong, so they can't decay with any kind of the chemical treatment. So I am choosing these two, pollen and phytolith. These are just some photographs of the pollen and phytolith. Actually, it is I have just started the study, so it is a preliminary study. I just scanned the complete profile, and I want to know it is productive or not. But this profile is very productive, and I found different types of the pollen and phytoliths. In pollen, I got the Cerealia pollen. Sorry. Yes. You can see this is the culture pollen Cerealia. That shows there was agricultural activity was there, and agrarian practices were there. Along the Cerealia, I got Chenopodiaceae pollen, even though tree pollen. This is jamun pollen. You can say Syzygium, and Brassica pollen. That means there was full of agricultural activity. Along this, I got this is the palm pollen. So Ericaceae pollen that shows the presence of the palm, and within the pollen I also got NPP. NPP means non-pollen polynomorphs. These are lower plants. We are not included in angiosperms, but they are very good indicative of cattle activity. When there is any kind of the cattle activity, you can prove it through the fungal spores. These are the phytoliths recovered from the Akhilesh. These are, you can see, these are the bilobates. Generally, they belong to grass pollens. This is the rice pollen, rice phytolith. This is the rice phytolith, and on the basis of the presence of how many scales are present here, you can differentiate between the wild variety and culture variety. If there are 4, 5, 6 scales, then you can say it's wild variety. But if there are more than 8, 9 scales, more than 10, it could be 10, 11, 12, then it is the cultivated variety. So on the basis of fan-shaped phytolith, we can say that human was started agricultural activity on that area. So if you are dates, then we can say exact time of started initiation of agriculture practices. Along this I also got some elongated, some tree, some triangulate phytolith. Why phytolith is important, I already told. We can do qualitative and quantitative analysis both. Sometimes in archaeological sites, pollets are not deposited very well. So phytoliths are very important proxy to complete the sequence and reconstructing the paleoclimate and culture climate relationship. The phytolith shows that agrarian practices was there. I already showed that I got the spherical, varicose, spherical, spicious phytolith also present, which is showing palm was there. And I also got rice and banana phytolith that suggests at least 3 crops. They were doing 3 crops in Tamilnadu, Kiladi region. But actually it is a preliminary study, so after 6 months I can say everything very clearly, and dates are awaited. It will given by Murtikai. After that I can say anything strongly. And in upper part of this branch we have more grass phytolith. Then we can say it could be due to the human induced deforestation, or it could be some monsoonal impact. Yes, pollen and papes. As I show in my slide, there are very good preservation of Cerealia pollen with Chenopodiaceae pollen and other culture pollen taxa. So we can say there is a good agricultural activity. And also, as I told you, ki fungal and papes means non-pollen polynomorphs are also preserved very well. So we can say ki like Sporomella, Ceratonia and Podospora that prove that ancient people also domesticated cattle and goats in that time. Okay, this is just for knowledge of students. How can we differentiate that there was cattle activity or there was wild animals? Because every fungal spores, different type of the fungal spore associated with different type of the variety, means animal. If there is wild animal, you will get different kind of the spores. If there is a cactus, then you will get a different types of the spore. So, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Shivananda, Ranjan sir and Ramesh for providing the archaeological samples. Thank you Murtikai for introducing me in Tamil Nadu excavation, and thank you to Director BSIP for support and introduction. Thank you.
Thank you for the complete paper. Let's go to questions first. Experts are sitting here on Q&A. Any questions?
Good morning. My lecture was very good. I have a doubt on you said that the average rainfall for the last 33 years have you
32 years.
32 years. No, but the paleoclimate environment will be different from what we have now experiencing after the post-industrialization. Is there any challenges to assume that what are the challenges now for assuming how will be the paleoclimate if there is what?
Actually, your question is the ISM is changed after industrial period.
Yeah, but the paleoclimate is it will be different.
Actually, vegetation is just a reflection of climate. If you are in Tamil Nadu, you will find different type of the climate and vegetation. If you are in north part of the India, you will find different kind of the vegetation and climate. So monsoon is and climate, temperature, precipitation is directly you can say proportionate to your vegetation. And we are using various software like coexisting approach, and first it's actually very long process. You can't quantify in to say some slides. We are using coexistence approach, and you are using SDM, species distribution model. These two models we will use to do the quantification of our climate. So first we will see the slide and collect the make a huge list of taxa which was present, and we have the present time precipitation data, and we know how kind of the vegetation is growing here in that time. Then we will put we will compare our this time of the data to our other data, the past time data, what kind of the vegetation was here. Because frequency will be changed, taxa will be changed if climate will be changed. So, and then we will put in software and they will give us the exact temperature and precipitation of that. So we are using modeling.
Thanks. Ma'am, how do you say the pollens are ancient? Any particular methodologies?
Yes. Actually, we will collect the samples from 4 centimeters or 5 centimeters. After that, we will go through chemical procedure, and then after chemical procedure, we will prepare the slides and see under microscope. And dating method can tell us how old these samples are. It was you can talk to Murthy. He will explain very well how could we know this is how old it is. So on the basis of date, we can say this time period, this kind of the vegetation was present, and the temperature and precipitation was that in that time.
Okay, ma'am.
When you are asking about taxonomy, how do you distinguish between modern pollen and
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So it's very easy because they are, if you will go in modern pollen, they are very beautiful, well preserved, beautiful. But when you will go in older sediment, they are this little bit color, non-color, and they are damaged by, because there are many fungal activities will be done, bacterial activities. So their color is changed with time series. From the present to we go in Gondwana, this is very, very difficult. You can, if you are working on pollen, you can see it's tertiary pollen, it's a quaternary pollen, and totally their not structure, but their color combination is completely changed.
You got that? You got that?
Good afternoon all. I think I can start. At the outset, thank you for the invitation of the Tamilnadu State Archaeology Department. And, as I understand, the focus of this seminar is based on the theme of understanding the cultural development or transformation, or you can also say transitional development of culture. So therefore, I will be talking on the cultural transitions, very particularly a fixed geographical area or geological area, that is northeastern Karnataka. North is also alternatively called in a terminology such as the Kalyan Karnataka region or Hyderabad Karnataka region, for your information. So we have a range of cultural sequence of cultural development, starting from the Acheulean, the lower Palaeolithic, and middle Paleolithic, upper Paleolithic, microliths. Very difficult to say it's Mesolithic because of terminological debates. Then Neolithic, Iron Age, and early history. So let me start with early history, early historic transition that took place. So if you look at the dates, many dates are there, but still it cannot be standardized. One thing. Second one is many chronometric dates has to be established, particularly for the subphases, such as the transition between the lower to middle or middle to upper, and understanding the dynamics of how the cultural development took place in northeastern part of Karnataka. So overall, we can on a nutshell, we can say that 1.2 million years down to 500 BC, 500 Common Era, is the time span that I will be talking about.
Okay.
Those who are not from Karnataka, you can see that northeastern Karnataka, I mean to say that the Kalyana Karnataka region, and the region is very dynamic in terms of geological formations. We have Bhima Basin. Bhima Basin is one of the predominant basin which is overlaying on the peninsular granite plains and capped by the Deccan rocks. The limestone and shale are formations that has contributed to the emergence of early cultural developments during the Paleolithic. We'll go into that. And the second type of, second category of geological formation is the peninsular granite plains, which is also called as older granites, and close-put granites or younger granites. Along with this, we have greenstone beds, that is the Hatti Musky belt, as well as the Sandur greenstone belt. Now, why these many classifications I am emphasizing is that we can see a pattern where the cultural distribution has taken place during different time periods, and they are highly resourceful areas served during different cultural periods, though not altogether to all the cultural formations or transitions, but yet we can see the different geological formations have played its own role in contributing to the emergence or to the spread of cultures during the different cultural periods. As I told you, when it comes to Paleolithic culture, Bhima Basin is the basin which has potential archaeological sites going back to lower Paleolithic. And the Bhima Basin has been tremendously studied or explored for over a number of decades by Padaya, and he has reported almost 200 to 300 sites. So we are talking about a basin or the valley which is Hunski Baichpal Valley, which has high density of sites, which also tells a story that there is a need for going into rigorous research on the site formation process, looking at the high density of sites, which is quite challenging as well. Then in the Bhima Basin, on the banks of river Krishna and Tungabhadra, high-level gravels. These high-level gravels consist of cryptocrystalline materials such as the chert and chalcedony, and part of quartz as well. So they are resourceful for making of microliths later on. So therefore, it has tremendously contributed to the emergence of Paleolithic and Microlithic culture. However, the later cultural development, we can try to understand how the Mesolithic or Neolithic and Iron Age culture started to develop. And we are talking about a region when it comes to peninsular granitic gneiss area is the core region for the development of southern Neolithic culture, and it further developed into Iron Age and early history. And this is the region which is quite, even today, which is very in a sequential way, which can be very stratigraphically studied for the multi-period sites as well. However, when it comes to very systematic or well-excavated sites, there are quite limited number of sites, but the excavations have covered, the limited excavations have covered all the types of cultural sites. Now, coming to the Hunski Baichpal Valley or the Shorapur Davo, which is part of it, the Bhima series, as I mentioned, there are reported of number of quite large number of lower Paleolithic sites and comparatively lesser middle Paleolithic sites, and upper Paleolithic is somewhat, which is still unclear, on the light of emergence of microlithic industries appear on the river banks in this basin. Now, when it comes to Paleolithic, as I told you, I will be focusing on the transitional studies. The transition, the very problematic approach is that the availability of only single date, and there is no younger dates or older dates comparatively to can be studied within the basin or within the cultural period. Second transitional problem to understand here is that the development of lower to middle Paleolithic sites. Though lower and middle Paleolithic industries are not contemporarily or found within a particular sites, but they have distributed in its own character within the valleys. However, when it comes to typotechnological analysis or typotechnological understanding, the development of level wall or the middle Paleolithic flake-based tools are out of context to understand the transition. The next part is the middle Paleolithic to upper Paleolithic. The conventional understanding of flake tools to blade tools. The blade tools are overlapped with the microblades. The appearance or the coming of the microlithic industries, particularly the microblades, they are indicative to certain extent that when we compare the other well dated and excavated sites in Tamil Nadu or Maharashtra or Andhra Pradesh, the 35,000 or 45,000 Ka is relatively indicative for this region as well. However, when it comes to middle Paleolithic, there are two other dates coming from, one from Andhra Pradesh and another from Tamil Nadu, which ranges from 247,000 years ago to 3,085,000 years ago. However, they are quite indicative, and we don't have similar kind of younger and older dates available for either of the within the Paleolithic culture. Coming to the microlithic industries they start appearing out of this Bhima basin, and they're mostly confined with the high-level gravels on the riverbanks, or for the first time, the oldest cultural development can be traced with the appearance of microlithic industries in the granitic valleys or the peninsular Neolithic valleys. So here as well, when it is studied with the multi-period site, it is understood that the 8,000 years ago is a referential point for the development of microliths. But however, these microblades, when we try to understand these tool typotechnological developments, the assemblages are mostly dominated with the microblades and bladelets, particularly those are lesser than 30 mm in size. So it also suggests that there is certain development of microlithic industries which can go into the late Pleistocene as well. Even the core assemblages also try to convince that microliths appearing with the middle Paleolithic tools, but it is mostly confined with the high-level gravels and the granitic formations, not in the core Bhima basin where early Paleolithic sites are understood. Well, in the same question, when we try to understand the continuity of microliths, the continuity of microliths can be seen in the form of multi-period sites. As I told you, this is the region where the core southern Neolithic development were taking place. It means to tell us that the hunter-gatherers were transforming eventually, perhaps, into pastoral and agricultural communities. And this development can also be witnessed within the stratigraphical levels of where multi-period sites were excavated. It could be sites such as Brahmagiri, Piplihal, Maski, Vatgal, Tekkalakota, Budihal, all are major sites, but also multi-period sites. One stratigraphical factor which is very common is the lowermost level is microliths, which is also often termed in archaeological reports as pre-Neolithic levels. However, how pre-Neolithic, how older than Neolithic is the matter, and it has to be understood how the microlithic community started to explore for new kind of landscapes apart from some kind of wet conditions or streamy conditions. In putting it in simple words, now we can see the movement of the people entering into the interior plateaus or interior Deccan plateau, occupying the denudationals or the granitic valleys or granitic hills. The dates for this pre-Neolithic is also very much limited to our understanding because it is considered to be pre-Neolithic and it is dated to 3000 BC or further back. However, further excavations in Sangankalo Kubgal, it also suggests that the continuity of microliths along with the Neolithic levels, but stratified evidences suggest that the microliths can go back to 8000 to 9000 BC. Now, coming to the landscape and understanding of these microlithic industries, these microlithic industries, there are of two types. One kind of microlithic industries are confined to denudationals or granitic landscapes, and they are fundamentally microlithic industries, which has no further continuity of cultural development. On the other hand, microliths are also continued into the Neolithic levels with certain changes in its typotechnology. In the same granitic landscapes, what we call grinding grooves, which were part of production of Neolithic cells, number of grinding grooves, exclusively only grinding groove sites are found, which shows that there is a specialization of centers which was aimed only for grinding, whereas the later production of the cells and the prior production of the cells were happening elsewhere. And these are grinding groove sites with no occupational or evidences. So a morphological analysis of these grinding grooves clearly indicate, I'll just put it in simple words, they suggest that the laterals as well as the facades of the sites were grounded, and therefore the edge sharpening was happening elsewhere. So number of Neolithic sites, southern India is known for large number of Neolithic sites, and further developed into Iron Age is exceptionally higher. However, the earliest stratigraphical evidences of multi-period sites come from the excavations of Brahmagiri and Maski, and they indicate that the occupation of granitic hills became predominant for the pastoral and agricultural communities. So systematic explorations with GIS documentation, which also clearly tells us that they were very thorough with settlement patterning or the land use strategies that they were developing. As I said, these are multi-period sites. The land use pattern or settlement pattern happening within the site may not necessarily be confined to the Neolithic period. Rather, it continues. I mean, further expansion in the land use pattern continues during the Iron Age and early historic as well, which leads to emergence of number of archaeological features in the form of rock art, in the form of terrace formations, in the form of water collection points, particularly which is accessible to form in the streams, in the springs, and so on. So it eventually also shows the use of rocks for sodic production, that is lithophones, and use of habitation sites. Within the habitation sites, where the reuse of cells can be seen in the form of sharp edging of its tool. So the contextual development is number of features gets added into the multi-period sites, and it emerges into a very concrete understanding of how the land use pattern was developing. The next cultural transition, Neolithic to Iron Age, is understood with complete replacement of the lithic tools, probably into the iron tools. So iron Age is also problematic to understand the transition. The recent dates are pushing the megaliths or the production of the Iron Age burial customs to 18th century and 17th century BC. The iron production of slags in the form of slags are pushing back to 2600 BP. So what do we understand with the Iron Age artifacts, both iron artifacts as well as non-iron artifacts, is that the transitional date that we know, that is the 1200 to 1400 BC, is just indicative, and the megaliths or the iron production is going back into what we call it as now as Neolithic levels. So coming to the Iron Age to early historic transformation, we generally understand that early history begins with the appearance of Ashokan rock edicts or the Andhra culture, or it begins with the appearance of russet-coated white painted ware. So these are the indicators that we eventually take. But however, it has to be understood beyond in the form that the continuity of pastoral and agricultural communities, first thing. Second one is the emergence and the expansion of iron economy cannot be overruled, particularly in the understanding of urbanization in South India. So therefore, Ashokan rock edicts may not be an indicative or the materials. To conclude, some of the futuristic studies that can be aimed is that one is we have to overcome with the conventional cultural material centered approaches and develop archaeological features to be understood to look into the transition. Second one is artifact type of technological developments, both lithic and ceramics, to be thoroughly reworked. Third one is we always believe that the transition is happening only in the form of material culture. Rather, we have to see the transition happening in terms of diet, crops, crop suits, pastoralism, economy, and so on. And at last, we have to understand the transition not necessarily to be vertical in view, rather spatial in view, particularly in these regions where the multi-period sites are high. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arjun. Any questions? Okay. We have time for one question.
Maybe we can discuss. I have a few questions. One question that I definitely want to ask you is you showed the problem of the microliths, right? So do you see a technological change in the microliths in terms of what you're getting in the older periods versus what you're getting, say, in the Neolithic or the so-called Mesolithic phase? If not, how do you address the issues of palimpsests, especially in these contexts?
There is a lot of changes if we compare the microliths with the Neolithic and before that.
No, I'm saying microlithic tool technology, does it change?
Yes.
Just the microliths.
Yes, microliths, particularly during the Neolithic, when you look at the microliths, microblades particularly, they are much more thinner, which is indicative that they were mainly based on pressure flaking technique. Whereas when it comes to the pre-Neolithic, it's problematic terminology actually, but let us for our convenience tell before, the older microliths. They have engaged a range of making process. For example, backing, micro flaking and micro backing for the bladelets. So these are the complete differences between the microliths of the Neolithic and before.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to request now. Okay, I'd like to request the last paper we have is Mr. Arun Kumar. Recent investigations of Middle Paleolithic assemblages in Vilamudi River, Archaeology. So request him to speak now.
Good afternoon all. So my paper is to recent investment on Middle Paleolithic assemblage in Vilamudi River, Arignar. So actually we all come to know that Arignar region is very rich, famous for marine fossils and all. So after that we have sources for historical and temples, all those things. So after that we come across with we don't have a cultural sequence in between the after the fossilized and historical things. We don't have proper cultural sequence for the Paleolithic and all. So my research is going to focus on that only. So introduction. So in India, the first Middle Paleolithic stone was founded by Robert Bruce at Athirambakkam. So after that, very limited prehistoric studies only carried out in India. So when we come across with the Tamilnadu, only northern part of Tamilnadu only carried out some scientific researches. Like example, Athirambakkam, Shanti has done 1.7 million lower Paleolithic dates given by Athirambakkam, and after that recently Middle Paleolithic dates also comes with that. So when we come across with the Middle Tamil Nadu portion and Southern Tamil Nadu, SELVAKUMAR sir has done little works with Middle Mesolithic and Microlithic only. So we don't have much potential of Paleolithic and all those studies. So in Archaeology region, so only sedimentary studies and lithic, the fossilized, these all the work only carried out in this. So my study area. So I already informed that like in this area, so we have a marine fossil remains from the Cretaceous period. So the Archaeology comes in central part of Tamil Nadu. So the entire Archaeology district is comes under divided by 4 columns: Andimadi, Archaeology, Centenary, Palar. So this Archaeology region comes in between the 2 major rivers. So one is Mardaya and Kollidam. So Mardaya comes in northern part, running close with the northern part of the district, and the Kollidam is flowing the southern part of the district. So the Kollidam as well as the branch of Kaveri river. So it is actually, I am taking one single stream. So actually this is my study river. So actually this Kollidam is I told it's a branch of Kaveri. So this is actually originated from the Andimadi. So this actually seasoning river. So it's to flow with the 35 kilometers. So it started from the Andimadi and it's meet near Kollidam at Arunmadi. So in this I have explored 4-5 sites. I have discovered 4-5 sites. So one is Kilimangalam, Ambur, Kanamagur. So Vilamgudi have a cluster of sites. We have found a cluster of sites at both the sides of the river. So geology of that. So we have sedimentary rocks from the Cretaceous period to Paleolithic as well as developed in the area. So in the Arielu region we have much number of limestone and sandstone, variety of sandstones, and after that marine fossils and all those things. So in the river, so my focus is that the study of stool typotechnology and cultural changes, the basis of the ceramic, stratigraphic study. So in the exploration, I noticed two sections in the river. So this is the section 1. This is I taken from the topper portion of the, just I go back there. So at this portion of the river. So it is actually 3-meter deposit. So at the top we have a humus. So at this is divided by 3 layers only. So this top one is humus. So there is no any, the present layer no any cultural difference. So this is actually reddish soil, dark reddish soil with the fine silt. So in this layer also we don't have collected any cultural materials. But in this we have a deposit of stone raw materials and few fossil remains. But we don't have collected any other raw stone tools and or anything. But we have given some, we have getting some idea about the where we have the deposit of the raw materials. So after it is actually this entire limestone deposit is filled with the marine fossils only. So actually the second section, stratigraphic section, I taken for in the middle of the Vilamgudi river here. So actually this section this is actually little bit disturbed, but this one I taken for the, actually this is one core, actually it was struck in this, so I taken up that. So this is actually secondary deposit only, but in this section we found one core. So in this we have humus, and it is a mixture of lime and reddish soil, and this one is filled with the lime only. So it is actually disturbed only. So now directly come to the my collected lithic, all the artifacts assemblages. So totally 92 lithic artifacts collected from the 4 sites. So those I have prepared as a chart. So in this assemblage, core and flakes are dominated in this assemblages. So comes with the tools and all are very lesser in quantity. So now go with the cores. So actually 42 number of cores were collected. So in studying the types and removal of flake cores and everything, so we divided as a 2 cores. So discoidal and unidirectional. So discoidal core is, this one is the discoidal core, this one, these are unidirectional. So discoidal core is actually it is a prepared core. So they are removing the flakes all around the core at both the side. And this is actually flakes are removed by using a single platform in single directions only. So this is some of the examples only. So the raw materials they used as mostly varieties of sandstones and one quartz also as mentioned. And when we go through that, so patina is mostly dominated in all the cores. The flakes. So flakes are also categorized as 3. Divided as 3 portions. So one is simple, so primary. The second one is retouched, the third one is used flakes. So actually this first one is primary. So primary flakes. So when we are taking a pebble or any boulder, the first flake we used to remove. So that will be it's a very bigger size and the uneven pattern and all those things. So if you look at this, you can see the patina and see the look at that, and it have a very big thick bulb of percussion. And these all are simple flakes. And reused means, so the reused flakes are, we have a increase of number of flake removals. 4 to 5 flake removals are put on that. So you can see that. So in this flake, so both these are actually they are retouched. for using. And some flakes we have broken edges. Some flakes we have broken edges. So that's where used for, might be used for some purposes. So that's why it has broken. And this also have a different variety sandstones and chert. This also actually they have used. So now we come with the tools. Actually, already I told that very limited number of tools we have collected. Actually, in the Middle Paleolithic, we have come across with the scrapers. So flake tools actually, the flake tools they used as scraper. So here we identified a push plate scraper, end scraper, and a round scraper. So this push plate scrapers. So around it, they have removed the small chips to make a sharpen, and the edges they are used. This is actually end scraper. The big flake they were used only at the edge part they are used to retouch, and that portion they are used. This is actually the round scraper. It can call round scraper also. They described it as a round scraper also because all the around it they have removed the flakes. The edges are very sharpened, so they can use in multiple uses. So this is one used as a calcium material. So actually that's why it is very poor in condition. So actually that is a local available material also. So these are the raw materials we have collected in the shale, calcareous sandstone, siliceous sandstone, jetty, quartzite, limestone. These are the raw materials we have collected in the assemblage by using the stone tools. So lithic technology. We come to the while studying the stone tools like a core, removal of flake pattern and flakes, everything. So actually they are using by looking the core, they are using the prepare technique they used to remove the flakes and preparing the tool. So at the things they are using both. They applied both the hammer and soft hammer. Both they used because for bigger pebble and all those things they have used to have a hard hammer, and for small removal of flakes they have to use a small soft hammer. So this is actually early stage. It can be for early stage of prepare core technique because when we go with the prepare course, so they mostly don't have all the areas of the pebble and everything they will work. So the patina and all those things will be have very lesser in quantity. So but in this assemblage, so mostly almost above 50% we have all the tools and flakes everywhere. We have a patina, which means they have a practice of stages of the prepare core technique. So yeah. So my conclusion is that this Vilamudi river basin, by studying the tool materials, so this is the early stage of prepare core technique or levelized method they were using that. So this all the tools are collected from the secondary context only. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Questions? We have time for one question. Otherwise, we can carry the discussion in lunch. Anybody? Yeah.
You have mentioned about 92 stone tools. Whether the stone tools are rolled? How many stone tools are rolled? Can you say that?
Actually, around 20 plus. Actually, many of the stone tools are tools we collected very few. The core and everything we collected a lot. So you asking how many? So 20, about 25.
25%. And can you say where your raw material எங்க இருந்து எடுத்துருப்பாங்கன்னு ஏதாவது assume பண்றீங்களா?
Actually, nearby Kadalur and those regions they might have taken because the sandstone and the chert, these are not belong from that area. So many of the material they brought in from outside only. So that's why because we are getting a core at different places and places at different places. So we are not getting in the same places. So it is not a compulsory factory area they worked in the same place. So that is migrated because it is a seasonal river. So it is migrated and they use and throw it, and wherever they want they make and use it. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Request all the speakers to please come on stage, and I request Dr. Shivananda to hand out the certificates and awards.
నాకు కొంచెం లేకమ్మా పవర్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్
Thank you, Shanti, Pappu, madam. Now we are honoring the delegates. First, Sutonuka.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಲೂ ಏರಿದ ಕಟ್ಟಾಕ ಇದು ಕಟ್ಟಾಕ ಇದು ಅದೇ ಕಟ್ಟಾಕ ಬ್ಲೂ ಏರಿದ ಚಪ್ಪ ಅವರು ಅದೇ ಮೇಡಮ್
Next to Sunil Kumar, sir. Then to the team members of Sharda Srinivasan. Then to Anjali Trivedi, madam. Then to Dr. Arjun Rao. Then to Arun Kumar. Thank you, sir. Now we will break for lunch.